just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there. developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I have been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicants for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies' income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that have been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize and generate revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Administration, Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience, as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, there were one joint tax joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my turn is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot. The firing squad,
because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bill are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase in VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, they are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees.
And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, one VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. The state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion that may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that, 60%, maybe about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the cross of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up. And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%, 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to pay them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget and agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELFON, even before transferring everything to NELFON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds, because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell them to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELFON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NELFON, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable. even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain these figures. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of BAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website, www.adstudycenter.com, to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babaji Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for a very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. You don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the signature of these projects through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 2 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the horrible, let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of digital projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, low confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. I will bring in this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well. So PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care, and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, MyShemeds. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Obulafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Hospital Director for Souq. We're going to have the Honorable Minister being tested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, they will say all protocols to be extended. We cannot give the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency, the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has consistently been the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evident from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent results in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that finding you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed the test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the excellent excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Your test is negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart, of course. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honourable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners, stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that you're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our society. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has
has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news. It is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it, and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Campbell, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that is what it can only be, and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things, you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina, because those days when they take your blood test, they must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small pick, and in no time you can actually, that's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We'll expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, it's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens, to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target.
You need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million and at the end of February we are still doing less than 200,000, you are doing far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20. Where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very quickly. Because if it's something that we all say we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful, because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very much. To all of our partners, Marshall Metz, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breaking point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as the permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. So I wish her all the very best in this hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before And I think that is a message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, it will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
When we were doing this program, she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was between her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to Malaria Pre-Evolution and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
And as soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
in the month of February before we say welcome March. So it's very easy how time flies and you're wondering, when did we say Happy New Year? We're almost getting to the end of the first quarter of the year 2025. But so far, I think it's been good for Nigeria, inflation-wise, given the reports of the NBS for January. But let's wait to see February and then we'll move on to March. And there have been some economic reforms which we've analyzed here on the table. We intend to do much more today and we invite you to be part of it, not just by watching, but also by commenting, letting us know what your perspective is on the issue. I do this with two gentlemen. One of them is called Dr. Dausa Osamanze and the other Priya Krumani. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Madam Blessing.
Blessing, good morning. Great Nigeria out there. We cannot have a better yesterday. It's always getting better by the day. Naira is appreciating, the economy is becoming stronger, and I think that the hopes are rising.
Yes, and you know that my status just improved because I assume the status now of madam.
Oh my God.
You call me madam.
Oh, two of you have this appellation to your name, Dr. Samanze. I like the way it sounds, though. And Madam Blessing.
Okay.
Mine is just Oyin Priya.
So says the tea-drinking man. But there's someone I didn't know if she's added a title to her name. Swift Aderinto will bring us something you don't want to miss. Let's start the show from there. Hello, Swift. Have you added a title?
Good morning. Definitely.
Welcome again. It's that time of the week. We are on our book review show. We talk about the intricacies of specially written books that help mankind and give you the best of life, to add to the best of life for you. As we take on this break, when we return, we'll be introducing our guest author and CEO of a bookshop. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. This week we have a special guest, author, Lagos Business School alumni. She's a UNILAG PhD holder. She's a certification. She has certification in BizCom and negotiation, connecting with children, non-profit leadership. She just has a long list of qualifications. Her name is Irene Okon Udosen. Welcome to the show.
Hi, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And to my right, my other guest, Mr. Ekom Henry. He's the CEO, All Range Bookshop. Welcome to the show once again.
Thank you again for having me.
Yes. So today, we're looking at the book Lead Out, a special book. I've looked at it myself, and it's quite impressive. But we invited the author today here to shed some more light on what the book is about, what influenced the book, what got behind her to put pen to paper on such an important book, especially in this time. So without further ado, may I call you Irene?
That's fine.
So please talk to us. What's the inspiration? Let's start from the inspiration behind such a literature.
Okay. Lead Out is an education reorientation handbook that was written to be a complementary text for students because we realized that many students go to school without, being prepared to go through academic rigorousness. They want to acquire education, right? but they are more focused on certification than getting knowledge. So at the end of the day, after school, you realize that there is a knowledge gap while they graduate with a mind-blowing certificate. And if we allow things to continue like this, the labor market suffers. You know, for instance, I was with someone who works in a media house a few days ago, and this person has an intern under him, and he was telling me about the difficulty of working with young people. Because after graduation, you see that they are not really, or they don't seem ready to fit into the system in terms of delivery. Capacity. Yes, capacity. So Lead Out book is a text that is intended to foster academic responsibility among students, to develop readership, and also inspire students to read and be part of their own education. Because we believe that no matter the reforms, if students or learners are not part of their education, there won't be quality education. And if there's no quality education, how do we expect to produce graduates that would in turn drive development in our society? The knowledge will not be there, both the knowledge to transform Nigeria or even compete, or to produce something that they can use to compete in the global market will not be there. So if a child says, I'm going to school, you have to help that child realize that it's responsibility, right? I'm not sure how many parents tell their children the purpose of education. All we were told was to go to school, and of course, for the purpose of a better future. But we were not taught how to acquire that future. So there is the likeliness that, not even the likeliness, I think there is negligence towards knowledge, right? We've over time emphasized on certificate, excuse me, we've emphasized on certificate to the point that people can do anything, to acquire a degree, even if they don't have use for it, just because they want to go to school. But at the end of that, do they have the knowledge to function? I think that's key. And any education that is not functional will not be a useful one. So I think this is the book that raises that consciousness for every student.
Awesome. You see, you mentioned it twice. I was going to ask you, but I said, let me let you finish the flow of your thoughts. Why is it so important today to show off certificates?
Okay, I think certificate is important, right? We're not demeaning certificate, but we're saying that in spite of its significance, there should be a balance, right? For instance, if I have a first class and I walk into an organization and I'm given a responsibility and I end up disappointing, I think my certificate will be viewed as a sham, right? But certificate is actually the first proof of knowledge, because that is what people can see until you're given the opportunity to prove the education in you. But if you cannot prove the education in you, then I think it creates more embarrassment than the embarrassment that is associated with not being learned. Because if I'm not learned, there's a level of accountability that I won't be held to.
So much you're expected of.
Sorry?
So much you're expected of. When they know, okay, you don't have it.
Yes. When you don't have it, people don't expect much. But when you have it, they want to see it.
Correct.
Yes.
So, Mr. Ekom, let me come to you. Posing that same question, maybe I have to break it down further. In Nigeria today, we see the importance of the show-off, underlined show-off, of certificates, BSc, MSc, PhDs. People want to, appear like they know or they're learned. Why do you think that problem is?
Thank you. I think that is part of the societal malaise and expectations from governments and institutions, employers of labors that do use these certificates in terms of people that they need, in terms of manpower and capacity, personnel development, and all that. You see an advert in the paper, you see what they need is a BAc, second class, upper, first class, and all those limitations. And people will now say, okay, if I didn't have a first class, I didn't have a second class, upper, then I have to try and get a master's by all means necessary. They acquired a master's degree, they couldn't get a job. They said, okay, let me go for a PhD. Let me do it part-time. And you see a plethora of degrees, someone who is looking for a job as a personnel manager will come with a master's degree in personnel management, master's degree in project management, PhD, and some even call names, business school, big business school, London Business School, Lagos Business School, just to make sure they get a job. And it's a problem because, as Irene rightly pointed out, you must be able to defend whatever paper you present, whatever documents or whatever knowledge you have acquired. And that is when you are given the opportunity to work and to prove. And they say the taste of the pudding is in the eating. When you employ these persons, you find out that what they have presented or what they pretend to acquire do not line up with what the job, the expectation of the job and the position they have acquired. So you see the conflict in the workplace. So you see the staff turnover. Because by and large, those people might be relieved of that job. And then the hunting continues. And when we have an economy that is too weak, you might not find out that employers of labor these days are no more looking for so much of paper qualification. They will ask you to show what you have done, and then they probably might give you put you on probation for a period of time to see if you can actually prove what your papers represent. And these days that we are talking about practical work, people now looking for technical capacity and all other capacities beyond the papers that you have presented. So employers of labors are now looking for your ability to work with other people, social network capacity, the ability to use the systems available, and so many other inputs are being canvassed such that whatever must have been a deficiency in the paper you have presented, probably maybe you have personal marketing abilities, personal selling points. I call it key selling points. Individuals coming to work in a place now, they'll ask you, what are your key selling points beyond your paper qualifications? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ekom. I'll come back to you, Irene. So there are numbers in the book that you mentioned, 75% unemployable, which leaves the ratio at 25% employable. Is this ratio real? This number is real? And if so, what's the process to tackle this?
Okay.
Going by what you have in Lead Out, the book.
Based on statistics,
yes.
I would say they are because people did their research, actually.
Okay.
And I've had people see the figures and they're like, am I sure they are not even above this, right? Because until you get to interact with young people, you won't know the mess we're in. Thank God for soft skills, thank God for tech skills and all. That is kind of like covering the whole thing up because he made mention of them. right? So this is real, especially for students in public schools. I work with them, and I don't want to start pronouncing names or calling names. We have students in public schools that are almost graduating that cannot read properly. So as we speak, there's even a learning challenge. Let's not go into that. So I think one of the ways we can tackle this is by being intentional about our education or educating our young people, right?
Can you break that down?
Okay, I will.
Okay.
So we need to redefine education for young people, and we need to support them in getting that education. It's not enough to take a child to school and register the child. You have to have there has to be that consciousness of, this is for me, this is for my future, the dream I envisage, what I want to become in the next 30 years. This is my beginning. Supposing it's a primary school, you have to create that connection, right? And just let that child realize that you're not going to get to 30 years or 25 years and just find yourself as a medical doctor somewhere. You have to begin now to put in the work. If you don't understand your mathematics properly, if you can't, you just have to tell them the import of each subject or whatever training they are undergoing. If you don't understand your mathematics properly, this is where it's going to land you on this part. If you don't understand communication, this is where it's going to land you. So the child has to be consciously involved.
All right. Thank you for that. It's still behind pages. We're talking to author Irene Udosian. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll talk some more on the book Lead Out. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's still behind pages. We're talking to author Irene Okon Udosian and Mr. Ekom Henry. We're looking at the book Lead Out, an education reorientation handbook. And it brings me to my next question. When we look at, it's for both of us, right? When you rummage through the internet, you're looking at news on TV, you're looking at Vox Pop, you're looking at just stuff that exposes you to seeing people talk and express themselves. You see, there's a lot of show of lack of capacity, like we said the last time, lack of etiquette, lack of the basic things that make you interact properly and show off that whatever knowledge you are trying to sell. Why is that? And I've seen this for years, like from watching news and all that stuff for eons, actually, for decades and decades till now. It's a problem. You see someone that's, let me break it down further, someone that they say has a BSc, has an MSc, but the tenses are poor. The tenses are wrong. Now, what would a book like Lead Out do for such a person? We'll have a ton of this as a problem.
Okay, we talked about what's going on in the education system. And if you look at it, it's an all-encompassing problem, actually. It's not just, the problem is not just focused on students, right? When it comes to education and developing people, we can't overlook the fact that education has not been given the kind of attention it should be given. And that alone can create a lot of problems, which is part of what you're seeing, right? Okay, let me just use a practical example. We went out to a school a few days ago, and this person was supposed to be guiding a student, and the person who went with me to cover the event was a mass communication graduate. So although he didn't appear as that because he went as a photographer. So hearing what the teacher was saying, he just came behind me and was like, Is that true? Stuffs like that. And I looked at the fact that the setting could have produced that because you have a lot of private schools that aren't properly run. And you have government schools that also have qualified teachers. I don't know about now because I know that what is happening in the system would also affect the kind of teachers we produce. But I always tell people that I would recommend public school over some private schools, right? So it's actually a systemic thing. And if we want to deal with that, it still boils down to us being able to deliver proper education. Train your teachers to deliver proper education. There's a training we do. If you look at this book, we described the circle of education. And you realize that there is a circle that has to do with teaching, right? So if the teaching is wrong, the learner may not receive the right education.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's an all-encompassing thing. So we are just focused on learners because we know that maybe since they are young people, most of the error, may come from them.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're in a system where because of what is happening out there, parents are striving for survival. There's a lot of negligence.
Distractions.
Yes. So you call, for instance, I heard teachers complain about calling parents for open day, they won't come. They are not even interested in knowing what is happening at the child's school. So, it's not just, the problem is not just focused on one person. So I think my advice would be that people who are into teacher training, quality assurance, quality control assurance, people or so should also look into that area to ensure that education is properly delivered while we focus on the part of students receiving education properly.
Thank you. Properly delivered education. Mr. Ekom, let me come to you with a peculiar question because I'll let you not talk about the other one.
Okay.
Many people think education is a scam. It was also something you mentioned, and it's pertinent. They're like, okay, what do I need? Buying and selling. I get my goods, I sell, I get my money, and I'm good. What do you say to that? How do you speak on that? And why is such a notion rampant?
Now, such a motion is rampant because we are living in a fast, I call it a fast food environment. People want to arrive at their destination so fast and so quick. So you say you're going to go to school, 6334, how many years gone? Then you go to higher studies and all that. And some people believe that within those years spent, you must have used it to do what I call sharp business. And that is so unfortunate because, you see, education is the background, is the shock absorber, is the springboard from which you now lay other layers of development, of training, and education is a lifelong thing. Not because you have acquired your degree and you also are free. I see these days when students graduate, they remove their shirt, wear mark, write all kinds of stuff, and I don't understand. Education is never a scam because the mind, like a tabula rasa, has to be filled. Whatever adventure, whatever area you want to go into, you must have to build capacity. Nothing rests on nothing. As she said, you want to become a medical doctor, you begin to start to read. And then even becoming a medical doctor, you might need to specialize after finishing your basic medical training. You want to become a gynecologist, you have to start a residency program. do the primaries, do the part 1, do the part 2, and then you will be assigned to a health facility to practice it. Then a consultant will supervise you. You want to become an orthopedic surgeon, then you have to go to
branch out, specialize.
You have to learn about amputation. It's not to say, okay, it's not a scam. Okay. We have people who didn't practice medicine, who are practicing bone setting. I call it traditional bone setting and bone massage. To what extent have they succeeded in this field?
Sorry to cut you short. How do you picture my Igbo brother in front of you that doesn't believe in education? What are the few things you can say to him to convince him?
Now, the Igbo apprenticeship program is a scheme that is well known to us. Very good structure.
Correct.
But you see, that structure would have taken them far beyond this level now if they had had some basic educational training. Because when you get to your shop and you begin to sell in the market, you must understand basic accounting. Understand? You must understand basic accounting. You must understand personnel relationship. You must understand human relationship. You must understand customer relationship. You must know how to manage a new person that you are bringing in to understudy, such that you don't become a master of yourself. And then by so doing, you will have opportunity to transfer this information, this knowledge that you have acquired to the next generation. Because now these guys have made money. They are in Toyota, selling paper and all that. Sometimes by the time they go, that whole knowledge is gone.
Thank you so much for that. Sorry to cut you short. We could go on and on. I have my right of questions. But for the author, Irene Okon Udose, give us in a few words, last words, few words. Tell us about Lead Out and what you expect from Lead Out.
Or what readers should expect.
What you expect the book to do in a few words, because we're for want of time now.
Like I said, Lead Out is an education reorientation handbook. I expect that as many students as would read this book would be driven towards being fully part of their education. They will do well in terms of gaining personal and professional values as well, and also being able to acquire a functional education, right? That would help them, that would benefit them as individuals and also equip them to transform the society.
Thank you so much, Irene. So that's it for our show today. We want to thank our guests for coming through.
Thank you for having me.
You heard it all. Education is not a scam. Education is a bedrock for everything you're going to be doing in life. Keep a date with us same time next week. My name is Ikenna Mba. See you next time. Bye.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
right, the training for top-level managers put together by the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, facilitated by African Development Studies Center, has brought several big shots from different parts of the country. Oh yes, I'm seated with one of them, and is Professor Ruben Agbons Efedi, who is the Chief Medical Director of ERA Specialist Teaching Hospital in Edo State. It's nice to have you on Souq podcast. Welcome.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, so I want to cash in on this opportunity of having you here to talk about many things. First of all, how has it been for you attending a training like this where the theme is strategic insights? How relevant is that at a time like this?
It's a thing of joy for me to be here to join my course mates in this training organized by National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, CRU, in collaboration with Africa Development Studies. It has been, in fact, exciting to me because anything policy and strategy is very, very important to me, especially in this period that is actually complex and sensitive and ambiguous. So to navigate those complexities, you need such rethinking to move my institution forward.
Okay, so talking about data-driven decision making, would you say this is coming handy, like the right time is a step in the right direction, and how would you say this will help you in your own field, to make better decisions?
I love data as a scientist because for you to make science informed, you need data. Coming here today to discuss my knowledge about data-driven leadership is quite exciting to me because without data, you are just in the dark. So I really appreciate the organizers of this conference, this course for top-level managers, for introducing this course. And I was able to refresh my knowledge about the first 5 steps in data decision making. To me, I look at it as data-driven leadership. That is the only way to go in a country like ours. Anything that is not based on data is in the dark. So we really need to have a better foundation. You want to have a better foundation, you need to talk about data, make use of data to enable to make science-informed decisions. That is my thinking, and I'm happy to be here. Okay. And I can tell you that I benefited from the course, and I'm also happy that I was able to participate actively during the period.
Okay, great. So before now, would you say there are key challenges that you would say that these have actually directly addressed? Key challenges. So would you like to highlight some of them?
In a hotel setting like ours, when I took over the chief medical director, I wanted to know what my customer feel about my services. So I need to collect data, to have a business data. But I know the problem exists. What are those problems? If they exist, what are the magnitude of these problems? So I needed to do some survey to collect data to know areas where most challenges exist so that I can tackle the problem by developing appropriate strategy. So they exist everywhere. One was the waiting time in clinic. So I wanted to know how long for a doctor-patient, before a patient can affect a doctor. I did that. I went to my emergency unit. I want to know time to intervention rate. I needed to know the data so that I can develop appropriate strategy to reduce that time to increase my customer satisfaction.
All right, so in doing that, I'm sure you set up a kind of feedback mechanism to get feedback from the customers or consumers, in this case, that happen to be patients, because you work in a hospital. In there was an interaction amongst your classmates here at the training and the facilitator, and the conversation was about who to get the feedback to or the information to after data is being collected for a particular purpose. So in that case, you ensure that you got the information that could help you in appraising the situation and coming up with policies. Let's take it to a national level in Nigeria.
where there are different agencies, different departments, and policies are being made. Let's say the number one citizen, the president of the country, wants to effect change in certain quarters. What should be the way of ensuring that the data, as it is, gets back to the right quarters without any of it being tampered with, so that the right decisions can be taken? Because sometimes there is data collection, but at the point where the data should be used, it doesn't reflect the way it should be, or even the interpretation.
Thank you very much. First of all, we start with data and data analysis is used. Analyze data without presentation and if decisions are not taken very, very easy. So in my country, like Nigeria, I think the health sector as a case study, we already have a system in place. Luckily for us, we have the president, the chairman of the conference, in which I can serve ministers who are members of the executive council. I directly reporting to the minister. What I think, it is my duty to collect data, analyze them, present to the minister into a useful form, which other agencies will also do. We in the position to present the president for proper decision making. That is one way in which, if you are doing about national level. But let me say at the hospital level, what I have done is this. I have created a department of service improvement, right? Which we have Servicom, we collect the data, which analyze, we do every third day in the week, once we know what we are doing, then we take decisions. So we focus on this thing. Like, for example, I know my NHS is not working well. I know the data is not working well. It's from data. I have to just make use of the data, information from the data, and take appropriate decision. Today, I can tell you from the, let me say, second quarter survey, the result I'm seeing is a little better than what I saw in the first quarter. So, I can tell you data is important. It's also necessary for the right person who will make decisions using data. The person is there, the minister is there, the CEOs are also there.
Okay, so now let's get to your hospital proper, and not just your hospital, but the health sector in Nigeria. Sometime in this year, it was cholera. That was the epidemic that was being dealt with. So far, the health sector have been able to manage the situation. It's not about cholera anymore. Now it's monkeypox. What's going on? What are the issues? What is the situation like with monkeypox outbreak in Nigeria? What can you tell us about it?
Mpox, monkeypox, I would say this has been reversed, but periodic upsurge does exist. Right now we are having outbreak, and the WHO has actually declared it as a disease of international public health emergency. So it can be declared. But about 3 years ago, there was an outbreak too, which we all work together, and part of my local team who work at Mpox. We were working on it before the disease went down. We were preparing for trial using certain medication for the people. So there was one for the other people. Now we are having a loss of the day. So that's going to be. Luckily for me, my hospital is the only tertiary infectious disease hospital in the country. We have a teaching hospital. We have the capacity to diagnose any virus using PCR machine. We are capable of making 25 pathogens a day. We have all the parameters. We make us go Mpox. As of this point in Nigeria, I want to know that we have 2 new cases of Mpox in the hospital. So, whereas about 2 or 3 weeks ago we don't have any, but right now we have 2 confirmed cases of Mpox. It's a disease that since we talked, I don't really know more about it. I've already had the community health department to create awareness so that many people will not be affected by these disease. I'm a nutrition and gynecology. One of our program problems is MPOS in pregnancies. It's online, and I was opportunity to develop how people who are pregnant with MPOS, how they deliver to prevent born-to-child transmission. It's well written and it's actually available. We published in Major Infection Disease Journal, and with a group of all Nigeria. I think that's one of the first papers in the software. Okay. And we did that. So, ICDC doing its job, we also do ours to help the country to make sure that Nigerians are not really affected.
Okay. So, somehow everything is experiencing change. Monkeypox, MPOX. When I saw MPOX, which one is MPOX? So, right. Doing a bit of research, I realized that the very first case in Nigeria started was in 1947 by a 4-year-old girl, and somehow the mother also got it from her. That was the first human-to-human, transmission. And I read further, I got to realize that this came from animal or all of that. So if that baby 4-year-old got it, and they couldn't trace where that happened from. So can you just tell us specifically the cause? Now let's talk about the transmission, and again, what was the exact cause? Where did it start from? Is it truly from animal, or it's something entirely? We just want people to have this knowledge so they don't go about with false information or unclear details,
Okay. Initially, what we do is we get this from animal to human. Human to human transmission without intercourse phase of transmission. It does happen like that. We come to the animal from any animal right now. So contact with infected people, we also their infected products, blood products, body fluid can lead to that. That one is well established. But for how the baby with that, a baby could get it from even fellow babies, that be from mother to baby, that also be from just any other sources, if possible. But if you really want to know where the present outbreak is coming from, the only thing you can do is to do what's called genomic surveillance, to trace it to the root where it's coming from. You know, say this outbreak, where is it from? Is it from human to human, or from animal to human, then human to human? Which one occurs most? It's going to be from surveillance. You have to do what's called sequencing and trace it to the origin to really confirm. We do it for Lassa fever every year because we want to always know where is that coming from.
It's coming
is it
from
a new one? Is it from rat to human or human to human? What is the major mode, the source of it? You always want to coming from rat to human. So also if you want to know this, when you sequence to know where this particular outbreak is coming from. Without that, we cannot say much.
Okay. Let's also talk about prevention. Yes, it is out there, and especially, I think they're looking at it more predominantly in Africa at the moment. Like DR Congo, they had this severe cases. So, prevention. What do people need to do back to ensure that they are safe?
Well, we have 3 levels of prevention. The first one is becoming awareness. And that we are doing to let the public know that any process is right and left. This was a really good instrument and this is human transmission. Of course, if we are the rest of the days are affected, definitely we are affected. Our daily life, education, all parts of the economy, we don't want that. So, the first thing we're going to do is to create awareness by using ethnic media, using reflect, also what emphasis is about. The other one is what? Is to make us affected. You free them in the isolated environment, so they don't have in contact with what do you do? But to the rest of the treat them properly. That's how the first thing is to contain it, yeah? Let's put it and use it to those things for other people. So I think what we are doing right now is the primary level. Let's create awareness. Okay. Let people know such a thing exists.
All right. Okay. Now that people are getting to know it does exist, are there certain areas that in your research, in your study now, or observation, you found that are more prone to this infection? Is it more common in certain areas? And talking about treatment, is a treatment available here? Is it something that, when a person has it, the person can be treated and gets well?
Okay, I will talk from experience. I have not really looked at the distribution of the mpox in Nigeria as of today. But what I know in my environment, I have to persist today.
Is this something that is more common in the rural area than in urban centers?
We need to do some analysis for us to know. We need to do some analysis. We want to look at people who are affected. When you put them together, you do the analysis. I will not say they are not common in urban, let us put this and analyze them. We are going back to data where we are coming from. Data will now speak at the end of the day. So, where are these people coming from? We can't make such statement today. I can say maybe the next 1 month we'll make such a statement. But always, the people of low socioeconomic class, they are more likely to have it. That is what I'm seeing right away. But let us wait a little bit so I can do proper analysis, collect proper data so I can make such statements, so I will not mislead
the people. All right, what about symptoms? What are those symptoms that one should watch out for? People should watch out for in themselves and in others. You see a person with this and that, you know, I'm to keep away because that person may be coming down with monkeypox.
What I will say, to make it simple, I don't know if you are concerned with chickenpox.
Yes.
But this one is more than that. And what we know is that it's not common in some areas in the body, like maybe the carina, the ankle, but it can also be generalized. It can be general, do you understand? But the rash is a little bit different from that of chickenpox in a way. When you see anything like have a rash, we call it a rash that are a little bigger than that. That also, we also have pains and fever.
Are they like rash that are boil-like?
They are boil-like. So they are unsightly. Do you understand? Suspect. Any rash for this period, any rash that are more than unusual, is suspect. And this is the doctor will be able to define it better. One of my doctors was able to create an atlas of mpox presentation. It's available in the net. Dr. Seb Aiwo is a dermatologist. He's also working with the WHO. He's one of those who contributed to create an atlas on what you can see. We also presented the paper on atypical presentation of mpox. We did that, and that one is published, is available online to know what we saw from that study. It's also there. So maybe at the end of the day, we can just log in and look at atypical presentation of mpox. That one by myself, and Professor Kubuni. We did that. We try to help our people to realize that mpox can also present an unusual way, not always the way you are saying on television or on leaflets.
Okay, so let me ask you. Let's talk about vaccine for monkeypox. You know, when it comes to vaccination from other part of the world, let me say the Western world, it's more like it's a go-to thing. They don't really bother much. But here in this part of the world, when you hear vaccine, people are like, oh no. So what's the position of vaccine at the moment for monkeypox, mpox, how are people reacting, do you think? Because I read a piece of information saying that Nigerians are not really, in for it, So I want you to speak to this.
Like any of that, Nigerians are all, okay, let me say, by saying starting Nigeria, I don't know. It's like the myth of the matter. I don't know what the answer is that. Nigeria try to go with more with information. Vaccine is available, but it's not available for everybody. So that is is why they are trying to do it there. To use the small version of holidays to see whether it will work for MPOS. So that one was already there, but funding was the problem. I think with the new surge now, funding will become available. For what to do is called the MOSA trial. MOSA trial. And they used to use to see whether it will work for MPOS. That one has not really come. But we need to educate our people. You understand? Wrong information go out here. Very fast before they really need information. Just like COVID, people are not ready to take COVID vaccine. But I believe more in the community engagement with our people, educate them. Really, hear from their own perspective, so you can change it with better one. That's what I think. It's something we are doing. Vaccine acceptance among Nigerians is quite low. We have government. If you look at the vaccine for human papillomavirus than the long run prevents cervical cancer, Nigeria are not going to take them. Even when they are free, it's not their fault. It's misinformation. It's not Nigeria's fault. But I know that some people use their money to purchase that vaccine to give their children. Also, buy a dose for as much as 2,000. But government provided free, but they're ready to take it. It's not still the people's problem. It's government buying without knowing the people's taxation about the new vaccine. They need to correct all that before purchase of those vaccine.
All right, so let's look at some policies that should be made against epidemics like this. You know, during the time of Ebola, there were awareness campaigns and there were talk about, people should avoid eating animals from the bush, what we call bushmeat here. And during the COVID-19 era, there were also policies that affect the transportation sector to prevent people from being too close, that physical contact. So in buses, in the public transport system where you have 4 passengers per seat, it was brought down to 3 passengers. For social events, more than 50 persons were not allowed to converge within a hall to give that social distancing, that's physical distancing. So in a time like this, are there certain policies that can help the prevention of the spread of monkeypox?
What I say, I don't think we need such responsibility for government, but advice. Right now, is for us to keep on job hygiene. We got to be a solution, like hand washing, still doing what I'm supposed to do to prevent contact with other people, especially those people with lesions, all those personal protective,
personal hygiene
hygiene
practice.
is very, very important. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what we used to define the market right now, where they are, but I feel that if you take appropriate measures like hand washing, personal hygiene, avoiding contact with people who are infected, we really help. For us who are working in hospital, we take more protective measures, like wearing personal protective gadgets in managing those patients who are infected with MPOX. I have to put this in isolation ward. That is a measure. Nursing day in isolation ward is a public health measure that is well known to prevent person to person
transmission.
Okay, so perhaps, I don't know if you still have more questions, but I just want to take him back to the class, right? Okay. So,
before the class.
Okay. All right.
All right. Before the class, let's just, can you talk to those who are watching? Because whenever people hear things like this, it sort of brings this fear. People are thinking, I don't know what's happening. There's MPOX now. So it means that one has to be careful. You never can tell where you get it from. And you've talked about what your own institution is doing to prevent and even to treat, curtail the spread. What should be the approach nationally? What has helped your own hospital? Is it because you have the equipment? Is it because it's an attitude thing and so you're proactive? What exactly is making it easy for area specialist teaching hospital to be able to combat a situation like this, an epidemic like this, as you have been able to combat Lassa fever, COVID-19? What should be the approach for the health sector?
Thank you very much for this important question. Area Teaching Hospital has been the forefront to deal with infectious disease, especially viral. Lassa fever, yellow fever, dengue, even COVID-19. Anything called viral hemorrhagic viruses, we are specialists in that. We have been doing that. But I can tell you one of the major breakthrough for you was the ability to make diagnosis. That's what really helped us. I can tell you as a country. We were able to make diagnosis for viruses using latest technology as far as 2007. So since then, there is no day we don't have a setup for any of those viruses like Lassa, even COVID. We do it almost every day. So that's one of the major strong points for Iraq. From there, we grew to become expert in case management. From there, we developed our public health unit to create awareness. For this endpoints, they have already developed their own case definition, public awareness leaflets, education of our staff. We call it the internal community first, before the external community. We start educating them about it. It's what we do every day, so it's actually part of us. I can tell you one of the things that are helping you is the ability to make diagnosis. Doing that is the human resource. We have trained our our scientists all over the world. In US, China, Germany, France, in all the major institutions, we are able to train them. I can tell you right now, there is no day, no member of my laboratory will not be as in the country. We are able to develop that kind of partnership with international institutions over the world. Today, people are moving to Germany today. As I'm here, they are moving to Germany to develop their mobile laboratory. You can move to any area in Nigeria. In February, we Kaduna to the Reference Hospital to help them to contain Lassa fever by moving our mobile laboratory. You can see the engine of IRUA is what? Able to make what? Diagnosis. It's not just suspecting. So this is a virus. This is not a virus. This is NPOS. This is not NPOS. You can make abdominal NPOS. This is NPOS. This is not NPOS. We can tell you. Once you're able to diagnose, you have no, we call it root cause of the problem. For root cause of the problem, you can't look at, you go to what? How you can overcome such a problem. That's our major strong point, major, we call it, when you talk about diagnosis, it's still, if you say it is yes, because we have never stopped for how many years? More than what?
So how can this be replicated nationwide? We find that medical tourism is one way in which Nigeria's resources leave the country. People go out to India to find treatment for whatever ailment they may have. So if IRA is doing this, how can it be replicated so that people can have treatment in Nigeria without having to travel abroad? Diagnosis and treatments.
Nigeria is a blessed country. The people we have our behavior. I believe that if a system can rewire the people's behavior, we can rewire the system. Because the government tried to replicate molecular diagnostic equipment all over the country. From our survey, which I was mandated to do by my committee, only 40% of those equipment government bought all over the country are really functioning. Okay. How many of them are doing that diagnosis every day? They are not to about 10%. So it's a problem. You don't really blame them. It's how to do with our behavior, our commitment. The country had to develop a way to make people to be consistently committed to their to doing the right thing. How to do that? How to do with training and other things to retain your staff. Motivation must not be in form of money. I have got to know that. Motivation can be in terms of recognition. People have been fighting for recognition. Eventually, we got it from the outside world before the country recognizes us. What really helps us is that consistent commitment to prevent brother and sister from dying from just a minor from viruses. It can be done actually. I think the country invested a lot in doing that. It's not left for us to keep on doing the right thing. That is what I really think. There's no day I will not have the result of my PCR in my pocket, in my phone, by the end of today. Whether I open it or not, they know that I'm going to look at it.
What's your PCR?
PCR, polymerase chain reaction.
You know we're not in your field.
Yeah.
And those watching, some of them are not in your field.
Molecular diagnosis.
Okay.
Using PCR is a technology.
Okay.
Thank you.
Retainership, Yes. I mean, Blessing mentioned earlier that you see people travel abroad for medical treatments and all of that. So let's also look at having our doctors travel abroad to stay over there to work rather than keeping them here. You understand? So you've mentioned about your strong point. You've talked about your strong point, what you people can do best. So how about the place of the government to ensure that these people are really, ready to stay? To ensure, even when they are not ready to stay. I mean, you've talked about incentive. Did you say incentive now? Motivation now. Not necessarily by cash, but there are basic things that I feel maybe government have to do that will encourage these people and keep them. I mean, how about that? And again, you talked about training. Must all of the training be outside? Yesterday we had this conversation, and I was talking about why do we have to always go abroad for training? Why don't we have those people come over to even do the training here? All of this put together, what do you have to say?
Yes, but government is like the father.
So it's the president, and all the other layers of government. But what we need to do for ourselves is retention. Actually, it's a benefit for each of people go outside. It's beneficial to us. But the way they go, they are come back home. There are many benefits of that. Fine. If government knows that is the problem, as they are doing right now, why can't you include the population of people who are only qualified to work here? If they go out, they don't mean to us. That's why they are coming back. They can come back. Even they go back, they can go back. There is always the way they come back. They don't carry their whole family away. They have brother, they have sister, they have father. Their parents is surrounding them. One day they will also come back to bring technology back home. If they develop that, they brought technology back home. Oh, let us go home to go and develop our home. There's no way they will not come home.
So let me chip in. Should we get to that point where until they have to go abroad and come back before we appreciate what we have? Why don't we have them, those here doing something that we will appreciate rather than waiting for those that are stepped out to come in first before we begin to say, oh, we have the good hands?
It's for government to massive. When they go to Ababa, they are all happy on doing what I'm telling you right now. You understand? If for you to have those regional, what do you call it, a laboratory, for example, develop them. People who are really doing something and they are seeing the result, they will not go anywhere. I can tell you. If you start what you are doing, like for example, if I'm managing my hospital, I'm seeing results. That might be my motivation or results. Support, recognition may be my motivation to stay. Many of our people, they don't feel satisfied because what recognition, important. Of course, finance is another problem. With our economy, the way our economy is behaving, we also encourage people. You understand? But it's a multi-factor that drive that limit retention of what Nigerians. To me, one of the first things to do is to increase the number. Because we have institutions in Nigeria that can actually increase the number of doctors, nurses in Nigeria. Like I was very happy that the way the president announced 5 new medical centers with College of Nursing in Ekpe, we have one in Busan, in Bauchi, so and a hospital with College of Nursing. That means they want to increase the number of nurses actively in the country. By so to even if some leave, we still have some remaining. I told you there's not always disadvantages for them to do. It's also an opinion. For example, I can go to UK and meet the Nigerian doctors. They will get to training. They will give me the secret of the technology. Rather than trying to train me. It's also an opinion. I don't. To actually stop it will be very difficult, I can tell you. But the best thing to do right now is to increase the number of personnel, which the Nigerians are capable of doing.
All right, so as we wrap up, coming back to the training, so now that the conversation is about strategic thinking, strategic insights, and planning, what are you expecting to see happen in the nation's public organizations and even the private sector at the end of this, since it's top-level managers that have gathered here and are going to be trained? What kind of new developments, what kind of happenings are you expecting to come out as a result of this?
I expect a positive change in my organization because as a company manager, I believe in strategic leadership. That when you not only develop something, you also develop implementations of your strategy, not just being a leader. You must implement your strategy in a way that develops appropriate implementation strategy. Because implementation strategy, you have strategy, you also have implementation strategy on how to do that. That is the way you can actually move forward. When you think that way, your mission is big and your vision is sharp. That is one way. So I am here to sharpen my vision and to be my vision for my organization. So I want to do something that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Professor Ruben Agbons, who is the Chief Medical Director, Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, Edo State, and he's a participant here at the NIPS ADSC training for top-level managers on strategic insight. NIPS, National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, in collaboration with African Development Studies Center. And this training continues. So podcast is here bringing you highlights of the event and also bringing to you some of the participants. We'll still have to bring to you some of the facilitators. We do not fail on our promise. Eventually, we get to meet them. Stay. Good to know that you're still with us on Souq Podcast today, and we're bringing to you the highlights of the ongoing NIPS and ADSC training for top-level managers. In case you're wondering again, what is NIPS? I'll tell you. So it is the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. They've come together with African Development Studies Center, ADSC, to organize a training for upskilling for top-level managers in the public and private sector. If you've been following the show today so far, we've been talking with, we had a conversation with the Chief Medical Director of Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, but away from the healthcare sector, because those who are represented in this training are not just those from the healthcare sector. We also have someone from the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria. She is Latifat Salau Esquire. I like to add that, even though she says, I'm just Latifat Salau. She's a legal practitioner and she works for Legal Aid Council of Nigeria. Good to have you on Souq Podcast.
Thank you very much for having me on this program.
So in this training, we see that there are many of you from different sectors, different areas. Yes, I just mentioned that earlier we had a conversation with the Chief Medical Director from the Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, and you are from the Legal Aid Council. Now, if we are to look at how to position Nigeria, because in the course of the training session today, there was a case study on how to position Nigeria in the Committee of Nations in spite of the challenges that the country faces. And the theme for this training so far has been strategic insight. What kind of strategic insight and planning would Nigeria need to position the country rightly? You were a team lead for your group.
We have a positive mind change. We need to reorientate ourselves to know that if we don't change what is in us, we'll never get a change. We all need to work hand in hand, everybody, both the led and the leaders, to make sure that we get positive vibes out for Nigeria. When we have that change of heart about doing only the positive things, let us project Nigeria in a very positive light. Enough of all the negativities. We need to be positive and project Nigeria in a positive light to be able to get other people to take us seriously. If we want to be good, if we want Nigeria to move forward, then we have to take Nigeria in a positive light to the whole world out there. Otherwise, nobody will take us seriously.
Okay, so obviously there will be one challenge or the other which you experience from your sector, and they say that somehow people, we are the problem of ourselves. So how do you deal with difficult people when it comes to delivering your job? How do you handle difficult people?
When you come across a difficult person in the line of the job, you try to look at where they're coming from, what is exactly the problem that is making them difficult. It could be family, it could be individual, it could just be that mindset that I earlier talked about. So when we get the person to see the reason we need to make Nigeria work, the person will have to drop that difficulty and work along with everybody in the organization.
Okay, so talking about data-driven decision-making, I think I'm still going to talk about challenges. So do you find it very easy getting the right data to take some specific decision?
Yes, in my organization, we have a unit that deals with data. There are qualified statisticians who are employed in that unit to do the work. Although it's a bit difficult at times, but at the end of the day, because the Legal Aid Council have representation in all the 36 states of the country, so to get people to send in their information in good time is a bit of a challenge, but at the end of the day, we always get the correct data from the states.
Talking more now about the Legal Aid Council, justice is something that every human being seeks. At some point in time, people may need to have justice for themselves, whether it's about a wrong that's been done them. But you know that legal services is expensive, and I'm sure that's why the Legal Aid Council exists. But looking at the number or the number of lawyers that Nigeria has to the population, what can be done to ensure that every Nigerian has that sense of belonging, regardless of their status, when there is a need for justice, when there is need for someone to advocate for them, they are not denied that right? How can the country strategically defend the right of its citizens to ensure that citizens have access to defense?
The federal government sets up the Legal Aid Council with the main aim of providing access to qualitative legal representation in various courts. There's no denying the fact that Legal Aid Council is not, Legal Aid Council cannot deliver the legal practice that cannot represent everybody because of the sheer number of people who are involved. This is why the Legal Aid Council, we have collaboration with other bodies, the MBA, the private practitioners. They work hand in hand with the Legal Aid Council so that we can get to as much people as possible. The private practitioners, they do pro bono services And in doing this, we are able to get it across to as many people as possible. There is still room for more, actually, but then we are doing the best in the circumstance.
All right, not to take much of your time because you need to return back to the training, but you touched on a very critical point, and that's getting the right narrative out of Nigeria. For some persons that perhaps at the point they thought all hope is gone because they can't afford the services of a lawyer, maybe the legal aid services came to their rescue. How do we get the narratives of things that are working out of Nigeria or circulating so that maybe it can restore faith in Nigeria? It can help people know that if this can work, maybe in their own areas, they too can do something to make the country work, and by that, Nigeria is positioned rightly in the common view of the nations.
That's where the media comes into play. When the Legal Aid Council, activities of the council gets out in the public, it will go a long way to sensitize the people about the availability of these services so that those outside the country will know that, okay, there's justice for everybody through the Legal Aid Council. Notwithstanding your strata in the society, you could be the poorest person. The Legal Aid Council is always there to render the services required.
Okay, I think I'd like to take this before we let you go, right? Talking about time duration for delivery, because most times you hear people say, oh, you want to take this matter to court, we are going to spend the whole years and all of that, pushing it, and at the end of the day, probably might not get favorable result, or you won't even hear anything at all. So, talking about Legal Aid Council, how well are you ensuring that whatever you push in, it takes just adequate time, not necessarily spending time before results, have been pushed out?
That's not in the powers of the council to decide when a matter will end. Once a matter gets into courts, it's the courts that will determine when a matter will end. But on the part of the legal aid, the much we can do is to ensure that on every adjourned date, when a matter is in court, the legal aid council is present in court to represent the client so that there will be no delay in delivery of justice for the poor man. And I dare say that in recent time, there has been improvement in the delivery time of our courts. So we are looking forward to better times to come.
Okay, we hope that eventually the justice system gets some speed, because you know what they say, justice delayed sometimes can be justice denied. It's not when a person has died that maybe verdict on a particular case will be delivered, so who benefits from that verdict anymore? But we just hope that the necessary things to be done, particularly with this training, strategic insight and planning, we'll see changes. Thank you so much, Latifat Salau, who's a legal practitioner with Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, for speaking with us today on Souq Podcast. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you. It's my pleasure too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And finally, the resource person for today's session, and he is Maurice Ekbong, Director, African Journal for Sustainable Development. Oh yes, it's been a wonderful session. I wish we could actually bring you videos of that, but hey, like Cole mentioned, this is something that some persons have had to pay for, so you can't just have everything. But you're getting a lot from it. So, Maurice Ekbong, it's been a wonderful session in there, a debate on how to move Nigeria forward, what kind of strategic thinking Nigeria needs to move it forward. And you've moderated the session, you've been the resource person. From your own standpoint, what do you think fundamentally are some of the issues that has hindered growth and development in Nigeria? And from the session, do you think Nigeria is getting it right, exploring the mindset of the participants?
Yes, thank you very much. What are the fundamental challenges? If you look at the session that we took today, basically, how to make data-driven decisions, right? The key thing is we don't have data that has integrity in Nigeria. We don't have the right quality of data. So when you don't have the right data, the decisions you make will be faulty. So that's like at the base, right? So we need to improve on the quality of our data so that the decisions we make can actually solve the problems that they are intended to solve.
Talking about data-driven decision making, you actually broke it down, bringing different aspects of it. Data literacy, what role does it play in all of this?
I mean, first of all, literacy is at the bottom again of whatever it is that you build as a nation. You need to have people that understand the challenges, understand their roles, in ensuring development at their own small, level. So data literacy is important, right? Data literacy is important. We must, as a people, see how the little decisions we make, right, impact on the quality of decision. I made mention that if, for instance, government were to start, say, something to empower people, you will find Nigerians cooking up the records. You'll find a lot of people, lying about the size of their households just to benefit more. So all of these impact development because they take resources from places where they are needed to places where they are not needed. So when that happens, you have uneven development. So we must understand the impact of the little decisions we make at our small spaces, small corners on the entire development of the country.
So in there, the part of the debate was about Nigeria or Africa creating a new narrative. Now, there is no point denying the fact that for a lot of technology, lots of things that Africans use, Africa depends on the West. Now, providing this new information with data that will lead to a disruption of the normal or what has been known over the years, and Africa charting its own course, defining its own development, would take a lot. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, so definitely, if Africa comes of age, it will definitely mean, upturning the apple cart, if you will, stepping on toes, changing the dynamic. So yeah, so some people will not be very happy, but we have to take our destiny into our own hands as a people, and move forward fundamentally. The interest of Africa and Africans must be paramount, before we consider the interest of other external parties. So if that means renegotiating our relationships with our partners, so be it. But we cannot have a situation where people continue to exploit Africa, and take the resources of the continent outside of the continent. We can't continue, that trajectory if we want to see development happen in the next couple of years.
So you also made mention of Nigeria depending on the West, to do some major things, and at the same time seeking for validation. And at that point, you see some information being, cut down, even up, getting to the level where it's supposed to get to. What do you think Nigeria can do differently to change the face of things?
I mean, first of all, realize that, you can be self-reliant. I mean, a nation of 200 million people is a self-sustaining market. You have all the resources, you have land, you can farm, you can grow the different foods that you eat. You have different mineral resources, crude oil. You now have a refinery and several on stream. So basically, you can be self-reliant. How did America develop? America didn't develop from selling to anybody. America developed by developing its resources. You had entrepreneurs who invested in rail, who invested in infrastructure, in sea transport and all of that. And that was the basis for their industrial development. If you have 200 million people, right, as we have, and you have land as we have, how much really do you really need? You have the expertise. You have engineers. You have professors. You have people who have research capabilities who can innovate and solve our practical problems. So there's no fear in terms of what can happen if we decide to take our future into our own hands.
But circulation and acceptance within ourselves.
Yeah, so we also need a lot of education. right? Because if you say made in Nigeria, a lot of people will be like, no. Made in Aba, no. But you know, I remember back in the day, made in Taiwan was something that people laughed at, right? If you say this thing is from Taiwan, oh, Taiwan. But today, Taiwan is top quality. So you have to start, it's okay to start from imitation, from copy, as long as you are constantly improving. So we must eat our own food. We must drive our own cars. We must wear our own clothes. You know, that's the starting point. There's nothing, you know, shameful in being African, right? In identifying with Africa, and therefore using the local resources, you know, to meet the aspirations of the people. Part of the challenge that I see is that we are trying to be people that we are not, right? We left the tradition and the culture of our forefathers in quest to become like the Oyibo man, in quote. Now we are like a bat because we are not the Oyibo man and we are not the African. We are somewhere in the middle. So we are lost. We fundamentally need to go back to where we are coming from and say, look, this is who we are. These are the values that stand us out. And therefore, this is how we want to define ourselves without fear of what people will think about us. Right? Yeah.
All right, you talked about we're trying to impress, and there's a way they say it in the street. Who do you want to impress? In Pidgin, they say, who you want to impress? Well, the person to impress or the people to impress should be Africans, trying to impress Africans. Because at the end of the day, it comes back to what Africa needs and what Africa wants. And I think we should also begin from collecting our own data. Africa should collect data relevant to the development of Africa by Africans.
Correct.
That way, we can have authentic data, and everyone should just know that it's for the benefit of the nation, it's for the benefit of the continent. Thank you so much, Maurice Ekong, who is Director, African Journal for Sustainable Development. He's been the facilitator for the second day of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies training in collaboration with African Development Studies Center. This is where we wrap today's edition of Souq Podcast. The special series, Strategic Thinking, continues in the next edition. I am Blessing AJ and have been here with
Grace Komolafe. See you tomorrow. Bye.
See you in the next. Bye.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type, In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contacts with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria.
the competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had 2 options, commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Giregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Giregu Power PLC. Giregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Giregu Power, sold down a Gerugu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time.
say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of Standard Trust Bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. It remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that was all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena.
As we all know, There's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin. I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to give, to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I of yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of banking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side did not suffer. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Heirs Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
That's why you can see that MRC Nigeria is, is rated best when it comes to world best practice. So we have people from other countries who come, this is where you are. We have people from other countries who are to learn from us, who are from that our activities here are gender responsive, gender complete. We have our friends and all of that. So you get to know about us, about minor So at this junction, I would want to call or recognize the presence of some experts. And first, I would like to call Aiselu, our keynote speaker for today, and the founder, Web of Art Foundation, Mrs. Ofe Adre.
That is solely the power
Act, Trade Union Arbitration Conciliation Act, Employee Compensation Act 2010, Child Rights Act, Pension Reform Act, Geneva Conventions, National Insurance Trust Fund Act, National Health Insurance Scheme Act, National Minimum Wage Act, Productivity Center Act, National Directorate of Employment Act, Nigerian Children Trust Fund Act, National Institute for Labor Studies Act, last but not the least, National Policy on Labor Migration, which we still have others still coming up. It is important to know that the Employment and Wages Department is where the MRC, as MRC is a unit under the Employment and Wages Department. So the Productivity Measurement and Labor Standards, the Social Security and Competitive Department, the Occupational Health and Safety, Skills Development and Certification, then also Policy Analysis, Research and Statistics. To dwell more on the other departments, which are very key, because most times when you ask someone to, what do you understand that Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment does, they will just say they create employment, or that's the place where employment originates from. Most times people don't really know the other services or the other activities that is carried out by the ministry. So the trade test, which is a certificate for artisans in Nigeria, if one goes or finish from university, the person gets graduates with either a BSc, BA, or HID as a case. Then most times people that actually go to learn that skilled workers, they actually learn handiworks. Which certificate do they get after, to certify that they've been able to demonstrate that they can apply the skills learned? This is a trade test, and it's the skills certification department that issues that, which in Lagos State we have the office at Yaba, that is opposite to Queen's College. And it's also worth it to know that that trade test certificate is equivalent to OND. Yeah, according to assessments, it's equivalent to OND. So please, it's very important. All these other services are highlighted. We also have other ones, but time will not permit me to go through them. So Migrant Resource Center, and then also the National Electronic Labor Exchange. So the MRC and the NELEX is a unit, like I said, under the Employment and Wages, under the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. The MRC was set up by the federal government in collaboration with IOM, that's International Organization for Migration, in 2016. It is a unit under the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. The center has 3 locations, which include Abuja, Lagos, and Edo State. Then, what does the MRC do, or what does it stand for? Okay, it is an information hub for the provision of accurate information about migration, reintegration, and other support services for potential and return migrants and the general public in order to enable migrants exercise their rights and avoid exploitation, and also provide migrants with information on how their migration, remittances, and return plans can relate to development. So the functions of MRC. So the MRC centers actually provide services such as information and counseling section. So I believe when you are coming into the hall, you might have seen some chairs arranged outside red colors. So that's our counseling section, place. So that also advice on legal migration rights, employment, and integration. So the MRC, most times when you hear the word migration, it's a very, very simple word, but it's entails a lot. People are migrating today, but the majority of them call them migrant workers. They don't know their rights and their responsibilities. So the MRC also carry out what we call the PIOS, that's a pre-commercial orientation workshops for migrants, potential migrants that are intended to. The term potential is people that are planning to leave the country, that are planning to migrate out of the country. They are leaving their country of origin to destination countries. And also the integration services for returning migrants, which is very key. So most times when migrants leave the country or country of their origin, when they go to country of destination, most times the majority of them they go there for different purposes, usually to actually get a better life or to increase more in their wages and salaries. So when they go there, they might want to have a link with their country of origin in terms of sending remittances back. So the MRC also enlightens them on how to go about it. And also the information services and advice markets and investment services, like I said. There's psychosocial services for migrants at risk or who are experiencing exploitation. You just see in the news that you see people that are traveling, but you don't ask the question. Most people that are traveling, all of them that actually have to really documents, to stay in the country of destination. So most times when they actually go there. Most times, people that don't have the right of mindset, they face a lot of, how I say it, abuse. They also face a lot of discrimination. Even some of them who are like people that go to the regular as I mean, that's what like it's a feeling for example. They can relate, and also the all kind of things. So all those things. So when they come back, when they are being brought back home, so they essentially start to what you also like feedback into the society. But also it contributes. MRC also helps with awareness on the development of national and regional policy in promotion of origin. Trust and legislation is designed to govern migration and promote growth and development. Okay, so that's MRC. So it's MRC/NELEX Center. So the National Electric People Exchange is the job center of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is federal government of Nigeria, and it is a government public agency creating an enabling environment for job creation. It's an electric job market that enables jobs seekers and employers meet online to minimize challenges faced by job seekers and employers on labor. So, and also to facilitate job matching and placement and drastically reduce time spent on search. Before the advent of NELEX, which is the National Electric People Exchange, we all know the normal route which people used to apply for jobs is that they actually go through what the BEs, that the private employment agencies, which are the third parties. So everybody submit their CV, most of them call them for interview or test. So with the advent of NELEX, it's actually reduced the bridge gap, between employers and job seekers. And this was actually facilitated because of the fact that the majority of employers may actually complain of skill gaps in their place of work. So the federal government did feel that for the Nigerian job seekers to be able to access first-hand information about job vacancies, that was why the NELEX was established. And also the initial existed as an analog registry and started with 6 centers in Lagos, Abuja, Oka, Asaba, Bauchi, and Kaduna. So it has now grown to 13 months to a total of 19 centers. So that means the National Job Center, where the National Electric Labor Exchange falls under, is we have definitely 19 centers, which is that grows to 19 states. So job seekers and employers are being the result of these services for free. So that means every job seekers who are always seeking for a job can go to the NELEX portal to apply for the job. Employers can also go online to register for free, and they can also post for their job vacancies. Then the NELEX platform collects information about job seekers and employers anywhere in the world. That is to say, it could be local employment, but it could also be international employment. And all these employments are they are actually very MRC team of people in charge by the ministry, so that the Nigerians do not fall into the hands of the wrong employer. So also the function of NELEX, the registered job seekers, the verified employer's profile, and also the job matching. Most of us don't understand that's job matching, but the job matching is very key. Most times when graduates they are actually looking for jobs, they don't know the required skills to have, they have to match for their own dream job. So for instance, the graduate of English now would actually tell you, okay, where he or she can work is in the educational sector. But right now, we have people that are studying some courses that you can work in the embassies. So that job matching is very, very important. So we also do that. And then also, they provide labor market information to enhance business decisions. And also on areas and counseling. So that is very, very key. One of the things the center does is that we actually have a platform whereby, like, doing the counseling, we provide people that come to the center, job center. They also ask them for functional career that if they need such. And that will be about skills, services, and ICT for improvement. Some tools development and things like I said earlier. Maintaining pool of specific skills, self-current and additional analysis, employment work, and so on. So who are the target audience of the MRC and the NELEX Center? So this includes the employees, the employers, the youth, the general public and communities, potential migrants, and the resources. Then who are our existing partners? Because we all know that every organization has people who actually combine together to actually make it form. So the partners, the existing partners, they are the ones, they are the partners on ground to make the work rolling. So one of such is which is the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, the major stakeholder in this organization. And also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, National Bureau of Statistics, and National Regulation Agency, and the private organizations, agencies, NGOs, CSOs, and to mention with the support of the international bodies, the ILO, which is sourcing is represented. So then the IMF, the NGC, and GIZ, which is the center we are. So those are our ground partners. So the recruiter license, like I said, the private employment agencies, they are the ones like the third party. They are the ones government issues certificates for to recruit on behalf of other organizations or for their own personal self. So the ministry is empowered by section 23, 25, and 71 of the Labor Acts at 190 LLF license fees and proper persons to operate as labor contractors and private employment agencies for the purpose of recruitment of workers, both local and international. This license is called the recruiter's license. So they are the regulators of private employment agencies, and therefore their part of duty is to ensure that every company recruiting gets the recruiter's license, so that they are able to present job seekers and use amount of facts and legal evidence. So it is also we are also making this more because we have saturated illegal recruiters around the country. So whenever we actually see or we can actually call the attention of the ministry to increase. So actually, like you say, when you see something, say something. The government is not doing it. You need a collaboration with the government and citizens. So whenever we actually cite most of these illegal recruiters, they have because society is more than the benefits. The benefit is just that they actually operate illegally, and when they operate illegally, a lot of things can actually use the recruiter to, the government to do a lot of nefarious activities. The government sees such people, please, can call their attention to the ministry, especially the MRC center. So these are part of the our session for some of our training SI website, NELEX. It's www.nelex.com. In our social media handles on Facebook, it's NELEX, or Migrant Resource Center Lagos. On Instagram, it's MRC_Lagos. While on Twitter, on X, that's Lagos_MRC. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Everybody, all protocols duly observed. Welcome everybody here once again. Thank you for honoring our invitation, and we are so glad to have you here. On behalf of the head of the Migrant Resource Center, Barrister Mr. who is unavoidably absent, so I'm here to represent her action. So we don't have much to say, but I think she certainly did, right? So I think after the meeting, I'm not going to. So are you ready?
Everyone celebrating, of course, the event for some of our gracious and elegant women, and say that on this year's edition of the National Event, which is as it comes to mind the giant strikes of women, as well as the ever committed engagements that women have made across the world, and of course in Nigeria, of course, to the support and engagement of women and gender components of a lot of work that we do. But I guess felicitations with all celebrating this year's International Women's Day, and this occasion also extend heartfelt compliments from the International Women's Day. Thank you. You said, I'm the Lord of this. Who makes it? Who makes it? Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. Yes. You say, man, only he wasn't happy. If I remember that thing about when they say, God made Adam to sleep. He looked around and saw a woman. He laughed. That very language, he laughed.
and became happy. So women, kudos. You are great. You make us happy. Actually, the world is around easy women. Because if you are a right thinking human being, the world cannot teach you. You see, are we starting from home? Taking care of the family, taking care of every environment, making the world suitable. Without it, the world is not suitable. So that's the question. When you ask it, I was imagining because so today is your day. The national women is a celebration. We are happy. I have to tell you, I want you to celebrate it. I have it. If the women are contributing in a spiritual level of the society, toward the level of the family, we must make more effort. Nowadays, I'm suspecting people are smiling. In some of the civic responsibilities, you always say men and women are equal. Leave that idea. That idea men and women are equal. You should leave it. So that we cannot spoil something somewhere. Since we are making the world exist in a better way. That idea of what men can do, women can do better. I beg, if we want the world to be a more suitable place, let us be that kind. Look what I'm making us proud. Even if you are pretending, the women are doing very well. Let us be very proud. As I said, I will see my wife performing. I read the event, we talk about that way. Really hard. When I debate, I bet you are very ready. To tell you people, openly let them know that you are performing. The people are doing fine. And it is our family desire that people will grow to the level that the world, if you say how can you find the world, it is very difficult. But we believe that the women can do it. That's a very big task in our women. How do you find this world? The world is in a very big source about the war. The 3 days we are the and solve the problem. If you watch the battle of 1,200 BC, that was the headache of Christ. A woman caused battle that killed almost the entire country. So people can make unity in this planet. So I inform you that you will enjoy unity in your home, in your environment, in the state, in the country at large. So we don't know where we can continue to raise the women because their handwork is highly commendable. So we still pray that God let the women exist and continue to do their good work on earth. Thank you.
Take accelerate action for all women and girls equally. For all women and girls, right, equality, empowerment. So that means a short. Then after that, please, all right, who will inside the program? I hope that's clear. For all women and girls, right, equality, empowerment.
there are many of us who are here today and don't really know what International Women's Day is all about. So I would go from the beginning of the program to talk about the International Women's Day. Like we've already been intimated that the theme for the year is accelerate action. The word accelerate means that don't go slowly, go fast. And very word fast. So you can get faster results. So we really need to achieve faster results in terms of getting the rights and the equality and empowerment of the women and of the girls. This year's theme is a global call to recognize tactics, tools, and methods that support women's progress in various aspects of life. 50% of our population in Nigeria are women, so it's important that 50% of Nigerian population are not neglected, that they are in a place where they are happy, where they're fulfilled, and where they are contributory to national growth and to personal growth. The brief history of the International Women's Day. The IWD dates back to March 1911. If your eyes are very good, even with my glasses, my eyes are not so good. I'm not able to see the screen too well, but you run the slide so that I can use my iPad too. All right. So brief history of the International Women's Day dates back to March 1911, when it was first celebrated in United States of America and European countries following a proposition by a German activist, Clara Zetkin, in 1910. This was brought about by the labor movement in which numerous women who worked in the apparel industry marched through the streets to be heard, to be recognized, to be regarded as co-contributors to national and international growth. Then where are we now? We're in 2025. What's the journey so far? That's what a day like this allows us to do, to appraise the situation and address the gaps, what's left to be done for there to be a perfect situation where equality is achieved and gender discrimination is abolished. Promote conversations about social norms and laws regarding women's rights. Still, we're talking about 35% affirmation action in Nigeria, which is still not achieved, because if we look at many of the establishments, we have lesser women who are in leadership positions, and we're saying this is not should not be the situation, because in terms of merit, I think there are a lot of women who have pulled their weight. They have become more educated, they have gained more strength, they have become resilient and dutiful, and so should be allowed to lead in places where their competencies are not in question. Government, organizations, and members of civil society to support initiatives that empower women and to push for legal reforms. We're not just asking for reform for mouth. You know, mouth. They keep saying affirmative action. Now mouth is still there. We want it to be in real practice. You know, and then of course we know that this whole agitation, it was further buttressed by the Beijing Convention. I know some men don't like to hear anything about Beijing because it's what brought all this whole agitation in, where women are now recognizing that they have rights and they have potentials that allows them to equal the men, and so they should be also similarly rewarded. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is the world's most comprehensive visionary plan ever created to achieve equal rights for all women and girls. It was agreed by 189 governments in 1995, and 17,000 people at the 4th World Conference on Women. It centers on 12 areas of action referred to as critical areas of concern. I'll just run through them without explaining. Women and poverty, women and the economy, political participation, women in power and decision making, education and training of women, the girl child, very important, ending violence against women. We can see how many people around us have died as a result of violence against them, domestic violence. And then women and health, maternal deaths every day. We have quite a large number of women who are dying from maternal deaths. Infant mortality is quite high as well. And then we're looking at the mental state of many women who have extra load to carry nowadays. They are women, but they're wearing pants and wearing jackets and they're wearing that like that. But then, they are women. Women, institutional mechanism, human rights of women, women and the media, because how the media represents the women is very key in our fight, in our advocacy and in our campaign. If you don't report me well as somebody that should be regarded, then my case may not come to the front burner. So the media is quite important in this pursuit, and so media, be careful what you report about women, help us in our pursuit to be able to achieve equality, to be able to achieve our rights being upheld and promoted, and to be able to get to a place where we are empowered to take action. There's the 12 critical areas of, you could go down a bit. Yeah, okay. So there's a nice table there, which if those of you share your emails, if they are generous enough, they can share some of these slides with you, because it's quite a lot, so I'm not going to run through all of them. So this year is a pivotal year for feminism. It's a time to fight for women and girls' rights, demand gender equality, laws, policies, and programs that enforce gender equality. We keep talking about it, but there must be programs and laws that would engineer it, entrench it, and allow it to be sustainable. And so we're insisting on balancing power structures so that everyone has an equitable chance in the world. And then when we refer to the SDG goal, we say leave no one behind. Whether he's a man or a woman, a boy, a child, or a girl, leave no one behind. People do have legal rights to certain very normal situations and should be allowed. They should not be discriminated against because of their sex, age, race, religion, as the case may be. And every 5 years, these countries come together to appraise the situation and see what is being done. Now I'm going to just quickly run through some of the advancements, the progress that we have made. Like we said, International Women's Day is for us to appraise the situation, the progress that has been made, and then Amanda, call for change. Advancement towards gender equality. We have more legal protection for women and girls, 1,583 laws against gender-based violence in 193 countries, 354 statutes targeting domestic violence. We know how Osinachi died from domestic violence. At least we all know her as a Nigerian gospel singer who was battered and sent to her grave. Services and support for survivors. Yes, we now have trained police for survivors. We have shelters that can accommodate survivors, so unless a woman who is ignorant and doesn't really know what to do, rather than stay and die or stay and be destitute, there are shelters that can accommodate women today. And there are legal aid pro bono that can be given to women who are under severe abuse and under severe discrimination. There's counseling that is also available to women. The MROC is doing an amazing job of cutting across all fronts to be able to offer guidance, counseling, career advice, conflict resolution, a lot of counseling, and even mental health training. So, and then of course the healthcare as well. Then you have economic empowerment of women, the ban on gender-based discrimination in employment. At least we now have some women who are able to be employed in places of note. And then we have unpaid care workers, gender gaps closed across education. There are more women now who are also vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors of universities, principals of schools, and who are taking huge government positions. We have women also who are in the legislature, even though a very minimal number. More women live in conflict and crisis. We have 612 million women and girls who live within 50 kilometers of areas of armed conflict, like the Boko Haram, Chibok girls. Then we have too many women who are still poor. That is just a statement of fact as of today. Almost 10% of the world's women and girls remain stranded in extreme poverty. Speculations have it that we have 158.3 million women and girls who could be pushed into poverty by the year 2050. That's alarming, and it's quite troubling to know that rather than for us to progress, we're regressing. Because if by 2050 we still have over 158 million women who are in deep poverty, then something urgently needs to be done. Maternal mortality is also part of it, and that is because of the incompetence of some of our medical persons, allowing young people to go into maternal conditions that their bodies are not framed for and they are not mature enough to handle. And of course, the child marriage is one aspect which we stand against. I think a girl child should be matured enough before she's taken into any man's house and is violated. 103 countries have never had a woman head of state. And there are so many women who are competent. Gender parity still remains a distant dream despite the progress in women political participation. Even when we have had women like Kamala Harris coming to being the vice president for the United States of America, we still have so many women who are not recognized for anything at all. The global crisis against women and girls continues with few signs of abating. Around 736 million women have been subjected to physical or sexual violence. That's a number that, when I first read it online, it gave me real troubles, because sometimes you think it's a micro number, but it's sad that 736 million women in the world are being subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner. Intimate partner means your husband, or maybe your fiancé or whatever. And then by a non-partner at some point in their lives. Women are exposed to a lot of sexual harassment, a lot of sexual abuse, and I say one of the contributing factors is that, these days there's no ugly woman, unless a woman who doesn't know her bits, Most women look beautiful, well-shaped, nicely dressed, smell good. And so definitely we are going to attract. But then, you can see with your eyes and zip up. All 17, of course, digital technology is not helping, because you just press information, both the one you want, the one you don't want. Some people don't want to abuse, but they can go into the internet and watch one porno movie, and then they're jacked up, and then of course the next thing that is in skirts is their victim. So digital technology is not also helping in gender-based violence and escalating it. Then of course all 17 SDG goals, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, of which the world is using to try and refine some of the world systems, also depends on achieving gender equality. So governments around the world are also agitating for gender equality. What we're saying is that when the tire meets the ground, what is gender equality? So any society, what are we really doing with that, with those two words, gender equality? What are we doing with those words? Now we have rights. We have rights to live. Rights to live free from violence. Rights to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. Mental health is key. It's not everybody that is jumping on the street naked that is mad. There are many people who are well dressed, but there's a lot of insanity, there's a lot of depression, there's a lot of mental disorder that is going on. People are coming from backgrounds where their fathers abuse their mothers, where their mothers abuse their fathers. Because I don't want to say that it's only men that abuse women. I have seen women who abuse men. So gender-based violence is gender-based violence, and that means male and female. So mental health is key. I'm hoping that the country will be able to have mental health centers where people can actually go for assessment. Make I check this my head first. My head really correct. Why am I beating my child? Why am I beating my wife? Why am I stopping my wife from going out? She can't go to church. She can't go to market. She can't visit her family. She can't even do business. She can't go to school. and yet she's your wife and you love her, I don't get it. What's love got to do with it? Right to be educated, the right to own property. There are communities where women are not allowed to own property. They say you are exceeding your limits when you now want to own property. But I thank God for advancement. Today, many women do own properties. And you know the sad part? Many men don't know the properties that their wives own. Because we live in a patriarchal society where the men don't want to see the women own anything. So, you buy your house, you hide it. You buy your house, you give it to your cousin to help you hold until when? Of course, we have the right to vote, right to earn an equal wage. That is part of the fight, and that fight is ongoing. That if you can make this water and you're a man, and I make the same water and I'm a woman, don't pay me less. That's just what it is all about. Don't pay me less. Don't pay me less because I wear skirts. Don't pay me less because I have breasts. Don't pay me less because I have a vagina. No. Pay me the same that is due to that service. And that is what gender equality is all about. And then, of course, we have the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It guarantees every citizen the right to dignity. If somebody beats you and abuses you, he has undignified you. Let me use that word. That means he has slashed your ego, your dignity, and has reduced you to almost rubbles. And when the Constitution is not for that, the Constitution is saying that there is right to dignity. That means that anybody that wants to handle you should handle you with honor. Should handle you like a human being who has dignity, a human being who has potentials, a human being who has skills and talents. Freedom from any form of discrimination. Don't discriminate against somebody because the person is a woman. Don't discriminate against somebody because the person is a Christian. Don't discriminate against somebody because the person is a Muslim. We are saying that all forms of discrimination should end. People should not be discriminated on account of their culture, their income. They should not be discriminated on account of their religion or their race. So racism needs to die in the world. So if you choose to die, there are laws now that are protecting us from vipers and men who do not want to treat women with dignity. And I will say women who don't want to treat men with dignity. There's the provision of the administration of criminal justice. There's a Criminal Code Act. There's a Penal Code Act. Do you know that for touching a girl's breast and she goes to report it, you can go for 7 years imprisonment? I'm not kidding. I know somebody who is serving 14 years now. 14 years. He owned a computer shop, and the young girls who used to go there to train with him, he takes them one by one into the toilet. He doesn't have sex with them because there's no time for that. The toilet is small. But he will do all manner of erotic stuff, and he will abuse them. And one day, one of the young girls thought, I need to report this uncle. And she went and told an NGO, sadly, that this uncle abuses us. And this is an NGO that's coming up. So she wanted to make a name for her NGO that, look, I'm fighting for women who are violated. And she took the matter up. And the matter was brought to me and said, Madam, use your influence to see if this guy can be bailed. I said, me, use my organization to free this man who 4 girls have come to admit that he abuses them. Not going to happen. And today, as I speak, that guy is in Kirikiri. Whether his case has finally been judged, I don't know. But he's in Kirikiri. Is somebody known to me? So it's not story. And of course, we have the VAP Act. The VAP Act is very effective in Lagos State. And if Lagos government has not done anything, one hand for them. For this VAP Act, they are exercising it seriously. If you have anybody that is being abused, there are lines called free-toll lines now that you can call. And then the Ministry of Women Affairs, if you don't know anything, go to Alausa, go to the Ministry of Women Affairs. I am an abused woman. That's all you need to say. You'll be put aside and you'll be attended to. The VAP Act is effective and is sending many abusers to jail where they belong. And Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination. CEDAW is also quite effective. And if you are being discriminated against, unduly discriminated against, and you can make your case, go ahead. CEDAW is there to prevent and rescue. And then we go coming back to gender equality. SDG goals is focused on pursuing this main goal. Ending gender disparities, eliminating violence against women and girls, eliminating early and forced marriage, securing equal participation and opportunities. Yeah, equal participation and opportunities is also one of the very key points that is being espoused today regarding the International Women's Day. That more women should be allowed to participate in leadership positions. More women should be allowed to participate in politics. Many of them want to participate, but they are faced with discrimination, they are faced with lack of funding, they are faced with stereotypes. Women are the weaker sex, they have no brains, all they know how to do is probably to cook and the other one. So, you know, many of them are discriminated against in terms of leadership positions, but we know that there are so many women who are in key positions, who have shown ability, who have shown resilience and great expertise, and who should be given privilege to be in leadership positions, even in communities. Nigeria and gender equality, Nigeria registered the lowest in gender equality in Africa. How sad. Using 3 dimensions, education, reproductive health, and labor markets. The labor people can tell you exactly how many cases that they handle here from the females who come in to either look for employment or other economic opportunities through the labor ministry, and the MROC is on their feet campaigning for your labor rights to be upheld, campaigning for fair recruitment policies, best practices in terms of recruitment of women and girls. Major sources of inequality, well, said that. Government policies, household decisions. Nigeria has the lowest number of women in legislation, in education, in governance. Can you imagine a whole Senate, only 3 women and 4, you know, out of which now is -1. So this is shameful. Women pay more taxes. If you go to the tax, women pay more. If you see a woman who is on the same level with a man in an office, the woman is paying more tax than the man, and I'm wondering why. Why? Because she's a woman, and she's on the same level with the man, level 15, and her tax is more than the man on level 15. I don't get it. There is no explanation other than stereotypes that have been upheld from age to age, time to time. We're saying that is enough. That is enough. If a woman is a managing director and she marries to be a managing director, she should pay the same taxes as a man who is that same managing director, doing the same thing and achieving the same results. And I would dare to say that women even achieve more results, because we don't joke with work. Nigeria has the lowest number of women in legislation. Okay, Nigeria is one of 5 countries with low women participation. I said that leadership positions are rarely given to women, and that is true. Women have a higher share of soft skills than men, but women are considered subordinates to their male counterparts, especially in a patriarchal society like Nigeria, especially in northern Nigeria, where women are not allowed to have any voice. Women are not allowed to come out of Buddha. They are not allowed to come out from the shell or the hole with which, I don't know where, I'm sorry, excuse my language, but the confinements, let's use the word confinement, the confinements that they are being placed in, women need to come out, be allowed to come out, be able to express their talent. If you lock a woman up, you lock up her talent, you lock up her skills, you lock up everything that she's able to do that is good. Every opportunity that she can bring to the world, the growth that she can even bring to the world, is locked up, is sealed up, is concealed. No. If this woman has virtues and she has skills and she has talent, nothing should stop her. That is what we are saying on this day, International Women's Day. And of course, we have environmental injustice, you know. If it's a man that commits a crime and it is a woman commits the crime, they will stone the woman, but the person who the crime is being committed against will be allowed to take a walk That's why we thank God for the God that we serve. We said, where are your accusers? He said, I can't see them anymore. So I can't see them too. Told you. In criminal justice systems, entertainment worlds, we have, I don't know, women are still not pulling up their weight in terms of television, in terms of movies, even in sports. Even in sports, there's a lot of discrimination women face, even in sports, in religion. The marginal number of religious leaders. How many mosques or churches do you know where women are leaders? If you tune your TV now and it was a woman preaching and a man preaching, what will you do? You switch to the one that the man is preaching. Because that is the stereotype that the world has grown with. And we're saying that stereotype needs to be reversed. People need to be taken on their basis of competence, availability, impact. It's important. Culture and tradition, fear women-head communities. I don't know how many communities you go to and they say the Oba is a woman, or the Bale is a woman, or the what? Whereas if they had left some women to be the Bale of some communities, you will need to see what that community will be by today. I'm not kidding. Women, we don't joke with whatever is given to us. That's why we are builders. That's why we are mothers. Please, any male chauvinist, don't hate me. I'm only trying to represent women in the world today. Solutions. Okay. Ending discrimination in law and practice. Human beings were generally unbridled. So we need laws to make us conform. And we're advocating for those laws that will make the world to conform. That gender equality is urgent, is needful, and is now. And envisioning a sustainable economy with gender equality at its core. Yes, if you're leaving people who are competent out, then the economy is also being compromised. So we need women with vision. We need visionary women. We need women with might. We need women with focus. We need women with education. We need women with a drive. There are some women that will always be women. I won't sit down house. I want to watch TV. I want to go from Netflix to DSTV to Showmax. Fine. But there are some women who are not content sitting down Monday to Friday watching TV. They are not content just waiting for the kids to come back from school and give them food. Because after your kid is 10 to 14, he has left you. He has gone to school, from school to boarding to uni, jackpot. So closing the leadership gaps and, of course, unleashing the power of women's collective action. Women really need to come together. The Labour Acts, I tried to enumerate a few just for us to leave the place of ignorance. Many people don't know. They are just in their offices complaining. My boss this, my company that. They don't know that there are Labour Acts that can enforce the company to give them what is their due. You are level 17 and they want to pay you level 13 because you are a woman. There are laws. There are labor laws. The Federal Ministry of Labour and the Migrant Resource Center have worked tirelessly. I've been privileged to be at a lot of fora where they have talked about their activities and their functions, and I know that they are fighting very hard to make sure that there are labor laws that are protective of the employee and even the employer. There are labor laws that allows you for fair recruitment, but you must know your right and you must know that law. That is why we're saying that education is important. When the woman is educated, then she can also know that she has rights, and she can know how to forge ahead to insist that those rights be exercised on her behalf. We have the labor law, we have the labor migration law. You know, if you are abroad or in another man's country, in a destination country, as we would say, then you should be able to know the labor laws of that country. So you know exactly when you are just being used to produce, but you too will become a product of nothing. You should be able to know when you are abused, labor abuse. You should be able to also know that through the Labor Act. In Nigeria, we have a standard working week that should not exceed 6 days and working hours 8 hours. But we have bosses that say resume at 7, close when I want to close. And he's going to close at 10 p.m. and you're a mother of 4. And you cannot say anything because you need that job. But Nigerian labor law is saying that you are entitled to work 6 days in a week and your working hours should be 8 hours. There is another law that says that a worker should not be employed for more than 3 months without formal recognition of such employment. People who work for 1 year, they say they are on what do you call that thing? Probation. 2 years, still on probation. You won't confirm somebody's appointment because you want to pay the person less. No, there are laws that are saying no, after 3 months, they must confirm you or remove you. There are laws that says no woman shall be employed on night work in a public or a private, industrial, or an agricultural setting. How many women know this? Then the man says you will do nights. Then you will do 3 nights. Your children are at home. Your husband is at home. Who's going to cook for him? Who's going to cook for his children? But if you work 8 hours a day, you know you can give them breakfast before you go to work. And you know you can give them dinner before they go to bed. But when somebody is insisting that you work till 10 p.m. and don't get properly remunerated for it, there are laws that are saying no, a woman should not be put on night work. And if you are put on night work, it should be very fair. No, you just do night, Monday to Friday. And in jobs that are not conducive for women to work at night, like the industrial work, agricultural work, midnight, all night till tomorrow morning, after. How hours of work and overtime, they are in the labor law. Just go, take time. Especially those of you who are in employment. I never work, so I don't know what it means. But those of you who are in employment, take time, go through the labor laws. The acts are there that protect you. And people need to start to speak up, even if it is at a price. Apprenticeship must be signed by authorized labor officer. People will just do apprentice 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Nobody is signing their apprenticeship. They'll go and wash plates. They'll go and do this. They'll take madam's thing here, there, you know. No. It's an apprenticeship, and then it must be signed by authorized labor officer. So that organization, you make sure that it's an organization that is authorized. Because many of us, we cannot get referrals from where we work because they are not authorized by the Ministry of Labor. Reinstatement and reemployment, compensations for your work, going for medical examination and then pay. See, when you go for medical examination, when you are looking for a new job and you go for medical examination, it is not you that should pay for the medical examination. It's your employer. But here, you will go. You go and spend 76,000. Do a full test. Carry it to the office. After 1 week, they tell you are not okay for the job. Because they must see something wrong with you. Nobody is complete. And then, but if the employer is paying, you can consider it that, okay, it's just malaria you have. You can continue with the work. It's okay. This is really the case. Maternity leave must be 6 weeks before and 6 weeks after. And those of us who are advocating for fair play are saying that men should also be giving paternity leave. Some of them are getting already. So if you're a man and you're on unemployment and you're not getting paternity leave, I'm telling you now, it's your right. Go and fight for it and get it. And there is payment that is also coming to it as a result of that. So you have 6 weeks before, you have 6 weeks after. And then we have robust regulations on employment, recruitment of workers, and the like. If you go to nelex.gov.ng, you will see a lot of these rights that you can exercise for your own good, and of course we have employment. The labor force participation rate among females is 52%. We have males at 65%. In USA, we have 47% of women who are employed. In Nigeria, we have 49.6 women. Nigerian men earn 75% more on average than Nigerian women. Why? Gentlemen in the house, why? Entrepreneurship, Nigeria boasts a thriving community of women entrepreneurs. That is one thing I give to women. Women, they try. Women, they try. Look at a street full of entrepreneurs selling all manner of things. Out of 10 of them, 8 are women. No, not say men, no, they are saying 2%.
I remember visiting sometimes, a year ago, I think I challenged all of you. Okay, you see, powers are not given, but you work for it. For some of you who are in Nigeria and more, look at research. You will find that the number of women in the society are more than men. And the number of people who also vote, okay, when you check the record, okay, women are more. The men and you, they are paying for more, and the women that are going to vote. Why? They will take the men. You see, what's not happening? I'm coming. You see, a lady came up one time in Nigeria to pray. She got one vote. She got one vote. Are you telling me she voted for herself? Where are the women? Where are the women? Now in 2027, women in Nigeria, at least you can find a handful of them who have money to sponsor a political party. Go and register. Okay? And mandate all women in Nigeria to vote for a woman. You will see that you will win us. But like you said, okay, women are the same problem. Okay? You see a woman will come and say, you don't live for husband house. This is for everything. I mean, you understand what kinds of training will come up. And they will see reason why you all vote for that woman. And you are forgetting that whether you are in a lower cadre, as long as you are in that upper cadre, it's very easy to make decisions. Okay, that's why the decision lies. Assuming you have a woman as a president, okay, and he appoints a police commissioner, a woman, IG, a woman, all strategic places, a woman. You can't take nonsense from them because they know that there are places where you can go and stand up and do that. Look at what happened to Natasha. I hear you. You see, if I talk to you, it's only you and me that know that I talk to you. If the third party is not there. So the two of them knows what has conspired. But how many women spoke for her? Even before the decision was taken when she presented the panel, they have already sentenced her to 6 months suspension. You understand what I'm saying? But that correct and all that. But how many of us are speaking for her? How many women are speaking for her? The thing you hear is that she's too beautiful. She's a follow like she's not like this. Nobody to speak for her. So I challenge all of you today. 2027, get the political party register. I am one of those who are going to campaign for you.
Or when somebody is using them, or when you are quarreling with them. That case of woman senator, all the time she was discussing with the Senate President. They were talking very fine. You couldn't hear anything. And maybe, what am I trying to say? That time I back you can report to government and you need to punish you. That also, not waiting until when you are seeking favor from me, you cannot get it. You now come back. That man abusing me. That man abused me. The women, they correct this impression. That is the problem living up and down now. If you want to take action in a particular thing, somebody take that action. Not when you are laughing. Somebody may use you. A political friend may use you. Let us for you. I never went that man talking to somewhere. I never went that man. I said, report it. It cannot work. When something happens to report it immediately and not take action. That's the area I'm saying, madam.
Which I said, the Senate president is an human. And so we have propensity to fall at any time. Just like I say, I'm someone and I'm loving on him, and I say one nice word, I don't touch him, But, same thing for a man. So, and then, and I was saying that something makes something. Maybe she thought she could push it on and happen. But if you do not do you, that's what happened there. So, when the man, he did her bad inside the house, they treated her, move her seats, they just anyhow. So she told the man anyhow. That's what happened. Whether it is true or not, it's still left for us to understand. So since she said she had evidence, my thing is that I don't know at what point she's going to prove the world wrong and prove herself right and bring forth that evidence. I pray that the forum for her to actually produce evidence will come because the Senate president is like any man, like my father, like my daughter, and my sons. They are allowed to like, they are allowed to touch. It is when you touch the wrong one that will happen. So I also think that when a woman who is in a husband's house, who can come out only to say, this happened to me. Many people will keep quiet and let people, and harassment will continue. We must speak out at all costs. No matter the price of paying, yes, you go for 6 months and go and enjoy and say, I'm going to the Bahamas. Go and make sure I enjoy my life well, But then she must make sure she pursue the state of pain. So that she can indicate to them like to our fighting for blessings of her.
When it happens like this, it's stigmatization. You have women in profession, you have doctors, lawyers, and they are going through this. So the first is, are we able to assist these women that ordinarily we look at them as women in power and be able to assist them to a level that such issues are not, they're not stigmatized by such issues. So I think that's what we should be looking at. The fact that we have a living environment to help these women, to protect them. Yes, it has happened. How do we protect them afterwards? Apart from women in power, we also have young girls that go through this. So how do we protect them? I know Lagos State is doing enough, but I also believe that Lagos State can do more. Because if a woman has been sexually abused, the first thing she's thinking, how do I hide it? Even if she goes to police, they won't take her seriously. So the thing is, how do we protect them? So I think Lagos State is doing more, doing so more like I said. I think we can also do more to make sure that when a woman has gone through sexual abuse, there's a certain way we protect her.
You just want to take I have a friend who wrote on his Facebook about that issue. That imagine how many women in offices have been abused by Natasha. We can't count because they will talk about, and the reason why they will talk about what Natasha is experiencing right now. And not so many women and girls are actually experiencing wherever they stay. We have people in families where women are abused by their parents or abused by people who are supposed to be caregivers or supposed to care for them, right? And then you know that the moment you say that this child has been abused in this family, what someone is going to ask is, how do you know? Prove it. Bring evidence. Let's be sure. Meanwhile, that person is already dealing with something really hard. Rather than thinking about, let's protect this person from this abuse or the abuser, you're now kind of encouraging and enabling the abuser because the moment she asks the woman, are you sure you have to? The abuser is like, yes. You are encouraging the people that are going to thank you.
to prevent issues like what I went through. It's easy to take your eyes away from issues like this, and then you have what my boss would say, you try to fix it after it has happened. When you protect girls, when you create platforms that actually protect and educate girls, you reduce their vulnerabilities and the tendency for them to go through what someone like me experienced, right? And that is what a day like this is for, to make sure that it doesn't happen, to make sure that you're actually encouraging people to stand for what is right and to ensure that people are not victimized or young girls are not victimized, and that they are given a platform to grow and become better. So I am basically saying that this prevention is better than actually focusing on trying to fix it after it has happened. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that when we talk about girl child, we are saying the word child is not important, but the girl child is the essence. Because if we look at the election process right now, we have more voters as women. The girl child should be encouraged to stand, to speak, to have a voice. We usually say the mothers are responsible for the upbringing of the child, but I'm saying them to me that it's all a collective business. Digital divide, information is not very available to many of the grassroots communities where we work. We run an organization called March on the Activity. We are pushing about the girl child and women. When we talk about digital divide, we're talking about technology not available. So we see in many communities in the grassroots, the girl child fine has improved that progressive era of the girl child should stay at home. But we are saying education is many grassroots communities prefer to put the one child in school, and they say, okay, let the girl child stay at home. So when we are talking to women, start to say that an area like our just in Lekki here, we see more of the boys in school than the girls, very close to us here. And the government is doing a lot. They don't say it is trying. We have a lot of agencies that are working. Ministry of Women Affairs, they are doing their bit. But when we talk about technology, we still have a lot of things to make available to the girl child. We have the World Literacy Foundation, for example. What they are doing for the girl child is they are able to come out and tell them this is the community where the girls are not being encouraged to go to school. They are ready to say, okay, let us set up some equipment, but this information is not available. How many NGOs, how many civil societies are aware that there's a group like that that is ready to do so much for the girl child?
Thank you very much. The custom, the norms, and the culture of our society, like in Africa, or down to Nigeria, or part of this country, outrightly does not favor the girl child. Just as the last thing I just mentioned, there are some things we believe in this country that is right, which is absolutely wrong. One, that priority be given to a male child over a girl child, without giving them equal opportunity, because either due to poverty or as a result of religious belief. And outrightly, you just conclude that the boy will do better, let the girl stay behind. And then we promote the boy child over the girl child, give them education, take care of them, and we don't believe that girl will end up in man's house. That belief that girl cannot do better, that girl is limited, that girl has inefficiency, is very bad. And the religious belief as well, and cultural belief, I'm sad to say that some people believe that, look, a child girl is just for making money due to poverty. Let's analyze. When a man is so poor or is poor and he has 3 or 4 children, and maybe out of them 2 are boys, 2 are girls, he's looking up with the girl that very soon, at the age of 13, 3 or 14, this one will make me money. Let's say the culture whereby when we are coming for that girl, they are making 2 or 5 cows. He's looking at himself going to be a potential wealth man. If so, you'll be encouraged to what? To give the girl child out for marriage. And as a result of that, they find back a lot of essential things which you have had in life, opportunity to study, opportunity to get a lot of things, and end up descending poverty. And there's a lot of things I have to say, but maybe because of time, as the question progresses.
That's another thing. When they are going through this process, they are told to stay at home and not go to school. So the father and baby will say, why am I going to spend so much on school fees, especially when the poverty issue comes in? Why am I going to spend so much on school fees? When how many times in a month for a session they are in school for like 3 months? Let's calculate how many days she's not going to be in school because of this mental issue. So let's keep her at home. And so at the end of the day, that's another factor that results in the girl child being told to stay at home. And the healthcare centers are trying to do a lot. NGOs are doing a lot to try and see. UNDP, they're doing something right now where, okay, let me say.
Girls are not allowed to make decisions or they are not empowered to make decisions. So you find out that in families like what we are discussing now, you find out that these girls are not actually even taught how to make decisions for themselves. The men in the family should make the decision for you. They are the ones who know better, right? So it's part of what the problem is. Anything or empowering them to make decisions is what will reduce the problem. But then that access to resources or information that can actually help them make this decision for themselves is not there. Let's take for instance immigration, right? Because that's where I work. You find out that most of the women who actually migrated, they migrate because they understand what migration is for them. They did it because they were doing it for family, or they were motivated by family members, especially their fathers or the husbands, people who believe that they have power over them. And they rely so much, women kind of rely so much on people for decision making. So if you're empowering a woman who has come back to Nigeria, for instance, you hear her saying things like, I will need to ask my husband, what do you want to do? Right? Because the foundation is not there for her to actually make a decision for herself. She actually needs to go back to where the source of the problem. That's how I say it to them as well. That's the source of your problem. You also need to start thinking for yourself. So the problem is that they are not empowered to actually make decisions for themselves.
Okay, so my first point will be education and sensitization. I believe the major cause of some of these problems is a lack of knowledge. You know, when there's a popular saying that knowledge is power, what you don't know, you don't know. I believe if we can create a safe system for our women, for our girls to speak up when they are going through a lot, when they are passing through things. I know we've not spoken about domestic violence here, we've not spoken about abuse, we've not spoken about emotional abuse, not even physical abuse. A lot of girl child out there go through these things, but they cannot speak up. If we remember maybe while growing up, we have heard of cases, scenarios of children being maltreated in schools, but they don't have who to report to because they are probably scared of their parents, or probably because their parents have not sensitized them enough to know that they can always come to them to speak up. Even in our workplace, even in religious organizations, wherever we find ourselves, I think there should be a sensitization and awareness for every girl child to learn how to speak up and not die in silence. So that when you speak up, a problem shared is absorbed. So when you share your problem, you are able to speak up. The next person can hold your hand and fight for you. She mentioned a point the other time that we are in a system whereby you are being shut down. We run a patriarchy system in Nigeria, we are all aware of that. There was a popular thing that was going on when one of our political leaders said that the wife only belongs, will remain the housewife and the other, I don't know if you can remember the incident. And you know, there was also an advert that was trending one time when a man gave birth and wanted to break the news to the mom and was like, Mama, it's a boy. If you realize that at some point that advert was taken down for obvious reasons. So that is what we are talking about. A system that allows a girl child to speak for themselves. And so it will bring me back to my first point that says awareness, sensitization. Speak to these young girls. If many of us can remember back then in school, we have listened to some speakers that were invited education programs for a girl child is not informed. Does not. The next question I would ask is, how many of us actually know our rights? Do you know your rights as a woman? If you know your rights as a woman, then you can stand. Then you can tell your girl child, this is what you are entitled to. So organizations or NGOs like us go around schools. Like right now we have a program to go to all the schools in Lagos State. And Lagos State we have 60 streets. The work is enormous, so everybody has to come on board. When we talk about IWD, there is a call for action. Let's accelerate progress. If I remember, the first female vice chancellor, Professor Elizabeth, she was a woman, and what did she do? Mathematics. What brought her out of that worry sector? She grew up from Delta State. From how many children were there, how many girls were there? But it was education that brought her, that made her get the scholarship that she got, and that scholarship took her to the UK. And she stood her ground, and she came back as what? As one of the renowned mathematicians we have in Lagos State. So education is a pivotal role. Nobody can underplay it. So I feel I'm limited because the options are not really available to me. And I told her, what you don't know is what you always think is very good. We've gone to all these schools. Fine, you don't have what you call it, a sports center in many of the public schools you have here. Then they play basketball, you have to take them to the stadium. But that should not be a limitation for you. Right now you are being sent to school. She was complaining that amongst those she was brought from the village, that she's the one that they would wake up early in the morning to do the chores, to do the list. And the director there that was with us for the program got up and told her, this story you are giving is not a limitation for you in any way. So NGOs have a lot of work to do because we're able to encourage that girl, that education, the fact that they've even sent you to school, be grateful for that. You can take yourself out of this place where you have found yourself. Because I must tell you, once you go to school, you are educated to have a voice anywhere. And that voice gives you the ability to. There was a program we had in one of the schools, and one of the children actually got up to say, why are people saying people are not going to school? Because why? The environment where that child has been brought up encourages going to school and has never heard of a situation where a girl child is not being allowed to go to school, or has never even, it doesn't even understand what are you talking about, call to action. Everybody in my family is a doctor, is a lawyer, is a this, is a that. So I'm just saying, the environment you find yourself, make use of that environment and create impact. So we're able to tell the girl, the fact that you're not in a private school is not, and I have been to a number of schools, and I just couldn't tell the girl that this school you are in is even better than many of the private schools I've been in. Because the girls were so bold, they were so confident, they had voices they could speak, and I was happy we were there because we were able to tell them, just know your rights. Know what, the UN has something they call Declaration of Human Rights. It's a small book. How many people have the time to actually read it and know their rights? And I always tell women, if you know the SDG goals, for example, right to life, right to water, I talk about water, I talk about climate, those are invariably our rights. They are calling for action on those SDG goals. They are saying we should have a voice with regards to these issues. So I'm encouraging mothers, wives, everybody here, take something back. No matter what, no matter the situation you find yourself, let the girl child have a voice. We are talking about rights, we are talking about equality. Many of the girls will tell me, we are not equal to Oga's children. I said, please, why are you looking at Oga's children that go on holiday every summer to London? I can tell you, the categorical example I always give them is Professor Lele Williams. Google her blessed memory now. She wasn't from an elite home, but at the end of the day, there's nobody that has not heard about Professor Grace and Lele Williams.
I think that the reason why we are still having young people who you feel like I educated. For instance, I have finished my BSc before I got graduate. It's not the right. And the thing is, the right kind of information that is related to those class of people. So the reason why women that have information are saying Natasha people should actually help investigate what has happened is because they understand it, right? Now, the ones who are doing a match against Natasha is because they don't understand it. So if you're going to take information to that kind of community, you have to make it relatable, make them understand. You're taking sensitization and awareness to a school where you know that these children barely even have access to 3 square meals. Make it relatable.
great potential. You mentioned about television, the rest of them. We are talking about them today because they are educated. Now, there are people who don't believe, there are families, practically now, speak from practical aspect. They will not care when their children get to school, whether they miss classes or not. Some might do personal chores at home, and they don't find it necessary that the child should get to school again or by day or before 8 to at least to attend the first class, so that the child get to the school demoralized. Some of them are big, some of them are dead, and they can't even concentrate. So what we need to do most of the time, we come there, relate to them, talk to them, give this child the privilege of Shiza, so that she will be able to concentrate at school and plan. I'll give you a scenario of a child left in school, and the child closed by 1 or thereabout. So, you see, they just push their child to school and they let the child or the school take care of. They don't care what happens after the school, and they don't even know that the child's life matters a lot. The child will grow up and to understand that they will learn better. The parents will include. Somebody will take their children's homework or whatever. But what am I saying these days? So close by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the night. I was able, but what is okay? Let me go to police. I am going to buy food. I can't live with this because the gate man there have problem with sex. So if you reach China, eventually I have to lie away something when we are home. Where are you? Say they thought that they are only one of them. They are afraid. Can you think about that? So at least the child you want to go to come to school and come again and you do her homework and this and that. So we should give priority, you see, to them. Let us have interest in what they are doing. That the best legacy you can give to a child is education. Give them money, give you whatever, they will end up destroy everything and go their own life. There are rich men in this country that are not about their asset because they are poor.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the Millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
Teach us to number our days that we may apply our heart unto wisdom. This ancient phrase isn't just scriptural, it is a guiding principle embraced by people from all walks of life, whether for fun or for genuine wisdom. 60 is indeed a remarkable milestone, and today we join the world and the Methodist Church in celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of their very own Secretary of Conference, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. Hello, my name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast. Like I would always say to you whenever I have the opportunity to do so, I would say that I would take it right from our studio to your very destination to make sure you have a more special moment. Is truly a special occasion for Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo celebrating Diamond Jubilee, and you can feel the joy in the air as friends, family, and well-wishers gather to celebrate him. Just as the celebrant is exceptional, so are the distinguished guests who will be joining us on this side today. It is Souq Podcast, and we will be bringing you special moments with special guests after this break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. So it is Souq Podcast on Souq News Television. Like I told you, we'll be having special guests come around to talk about this celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here today, sir. He's the Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya. I would like you to tell us more about yourself.
About myself, by the special grace of God, I'm a Methodist bishop. Before becoming bishop, I served this church as the income monitoring coordinator for several years. And even as bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, I am still currently the conference income monitoring advisor. I served for years as bishop before his election or elevation as the secretary of conference. And we find out that at the time of contemplating of whom to select as the secretary of conference, we discovered that the former prelate, His Eminence Dr. Chukwuemeka Kanushe, really did his research very well to pick somebody who is capable for the assignment, the best person for the assignment. Apart from that, I have a relationship with him this way. I succeeded him at Elekro. He was the bishop of that diocese, and I took over from him. Immediately, he was elevated as secretary of conference. I was also translated from another diocese to take over from him.
All right, thank you. So you talked about capability, that he is capable. So would you say in selecting secretary of the conference, would you say that experience counts?
Experience counts. You must have served as bishop for some years. And I think with that, he got the experience before being elected into that post. And apart from that, we look at capability, look at the zeal, the passion for the job. And I think he's in possession of all this.
So what are you wishing the celebrants today as he celebrates his 60th birthday?
Wishing him well, that he will celebrate more and more. 60, another milestone will be 70, 70, then 80, 90, 100. Then the Lord can do whatever he wishes to do after 800.
Thank you very much, Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya from the Elekuro Diocese in Ibadan. Thank you so much for your time.
Bless you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
So in celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, we have another special guest who will be telling us about the celebrant for today, and he is Right Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadansi from Ibadan. So I don't mix it up, can you tell us more about yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Very Reverend Kolade Fadansi. I'm the director of the Institute of Church and Society of the Christian Council of Nigeria, based in Ibadan.
Great. So celebrating the secretary of the conference. So tell us, how can you measure his work so far in the period he has, taken that position?
The Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo was my tutorial master when I was in the seminary. He was then the presbyter of the Methodist Church, Bodicha, in Ibadan. So then he was a thorough person, fine person, personality, a refined gentleman, a brilliant scholar, a leader by excellence. And he served at the time as the bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, based in Ibadan also. So I've been following him for these years. Eventually became the secretary of conference for the Methodist Church Nigeria. And that gives him the opportunity to refine the administrative structure of the church. So he is the chief administrator and works closely with the prelate of the church. And he has given his best. All these years, he has been able to carry the church to a position of enviable status. And also, he has been able to redefine the job of secretary of conference in a more refined and beautiful way.
All right, thank you. So it is good that you have known him for a very long period of time. So I want to ask this again. You've mentioned so many things that he has done, but what is that thing, just one thing that sets him apart, from numerous men of God that you already know?
Our Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo believe in anybody that he comes across, and he can work with anybody, and also can mold people And even if you make a mistake, he corrects you in a more subtle way and bring out those mistakes for you to become a better person.
Wow. So, in selecting the secretary of conference, would you say experience counts?
Definitely, because Methodist Church Nigeria is a church that works with experience and also look for people with quality to stand in the helm of affairs of the church. And the position of secretary of conference is not just a status that is going to be handled with levity or that the church will just take just because we want to appoint someone. It has to be someone that has candor, brilliance, and the ability to manage a very beautiful and wide church like Methodist Church Nigeria. Remember, we're the first church in this country, so we have challenges.
Okay.
And so, anyone that will be the secretary of conference must be someone that will fit into that status.
So, as he celebrates his 60th birthday, what do you wish him?
I want to join others to wish him long line of prosperity. Prosperity not in financial times, but prosperity in earthwise, prosperity in more wisdom, prosperity in total commitment to God, and prosperity all around him, beautifully for him to be able to advance the kingdom here, and also for him to also enjoy the labor that he has put into his service.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Kolade Father. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Several years later, verse 2, if you are above 60, you join the people who took the first verse to take the second verse. If you are below 60, you will take the third verse by praying to God.
Alright, so it's still the celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo. And here we have Reverend Oladapo Daramola. He is the minister in charge of the Ikeja parish, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pleasure having you here.
Always a pleasure to be here.
So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
Well, on a personal note, what we call is an egmont to me.
Okay.
And in the ministry, is my boss.
The ministry is your boss.
Yes.
Great.
So we have a dual relationship. So we have the one, he calls me Aburo, and we have the one that, it becomes a formal relationship.
Great. So as an Aburo, right, what do you admire in him?
I think it's courage. It's courage. And the passion he has for the ministry. But more importantly, it's courage. I know some experiences he has had, and I saw the way he weathered those experiences. I call them his own storm within the ministry and how he weathered the storm. It's quite motivating. It's quite, for those who are coming behind, it's quite encouraging. And it shows that if you are committed to the work of God, if you are, first, I think we must establish the fact that if you are called by God, yeah, things will happen, storms will come, but like he did promise, he's always going to be with us. So, and that's one thing I admired and still continues to admire about him.
Okay, so how would you say his journey, or would you say rather that his journey reflects the value and mission of the church?
Well, to a large extent, again, maybe that's where his passion comes in.
Okay.
He's passionate about the church. He wants to see the church, just like his own personal life, he wants to see the church overcome challenges and be better. And I think overall, he has reflected that since he came on board as the secretary of Conference Methodist Church Nigeria, he's an ebullient person. And with that, he demonstrates a lot of, again, like I said, courage. He has faith, and that resonates, through anything he does. He never believes anything is impossible, and so, in his personal life, it has shown, and has also reflected on his journey as a member of the Episcopate in the Methodist Church Nigeria.
All right, so before we let you go, tell us your wish for him as he celebrates this.
I just wish him all the best in life. I wish him he gets to higher grounds. I wish his wife, and who is like an Egbon to me also.
Okay.
So like I said, we have two sides to this.
You have plenty of Egbons.
So I wish them all the best. I wish them all the things that life brings in the positive sense of it. And more importantly, in the ministry, I wish him he continues to grow and grow strong in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. I say a big amen to them. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right Reverend and Sister Goiga. The Bible reference is Galatians chapter 1, verses 4 to 5. While known today primarily as a prolific hymn writer, Fanny Crosby was also an influential.
His idea was to bring out the truth that the peace and comfort of the Christian are not founded so much upon the stuff to Christ.
He will adorn songs of devotion for Christian associations in New York 1870. And then Don and Robert Glory, where it was.
All right, it is still the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and we've been having special guests, distinguished guests come around to talk about him. Do not forget, he is the Secretary of Conference for the Methodist Church of Nigeria, and we have someone very close to him again. I think they've been working hand in hand, and we have him to say something about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here. Let's know who you are, your name, your relationship with the celebrant.
My name is Very Reverend Uchenna Onukube, and the Director of Administration, Methodist Church Nigeria, and in the diaspora. So that's who I am.
Okay, so we had a conversation, I think, earlier before this, podcast started, and you mentioned that you are his deputy. So as his deputy, how would you say what would you say rather his birthday represents to you as a member of the church?
His birthday, marking 60, it's a big achievement, especially in our climb, and it's worth celebrating. And I believe that today we are celebrating a man that is focused, is very focused, a man that can be loving, a man that also can correct you in ways that you never even thought he could do it, but at the end he wants the best for you. So working closely with him, it has afforded me the opportunity to understand him as a man of many parts.
Okay, so you know now that he's a man of many parts, but I would ask you that what sets him apart? You've actually worked with a lot of people, if you agree with me, but what is that thing that sets him apart when you want to do a comparison?
Yes, what sets him apart is that he's a man that wants jobs done. He would harass you, he would cajole you, He would try to encourage you, but just get the job done. So at first I saw him as somebody that is very difficult to work with. But at the time I understood him as somebody that wants the job to be done. And just let's cross the line and finish and get the first position. So the moment I understood him as that kind of a person, I tilted towards that focus.
Okay, great. So, would you say that his journey so far reflects the mission and the vision of the Methodist Church of God?
Yes. One thing about the Methodist Church is that anyone that is in a position is fitted by God. Because we have so many persons that are qualified, so many persons that could do wonderful things. But God has a way of narrowing it down to our persons. You might be surprised when a verdict is given or a name is mentioned and you say, in your own myopic understanding or your own little understanding, you say, this person is not worth it, this person shouldn't be here, this person shouldn't be here. But God has his own way of putting people in the position he wants. And it has been so for Methodist Church Nigeria. And when you take time to understand why God put such a person, you see that, yes, God is wiser than man.
All right, thank you very much. I want to ask you your wish for the celebrant.
I wish him long life, good health, more wisdom, and above all, money in his bank.
Yes, money in his bank, and I agree to that as well. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you feel the joy in the air and the kind of conversation that has been going on here? Yes, obviously you would agree with me that Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo is a special person. Yes, because you would agree with me again that every testimonial has been positive, positive, and positive. Okay, so we still have a lot of people coming around that will be sharing their experience about the celebrant. But again, we will take a break. Before we take a break, let me remind you that we can bring our studio. Yes, literally. I am saying that we can move Souq podcast from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. Just reach out to us and we'll be right there to make your event more memorable and fun. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll be having more of this conversation. We'll have more special guests come around to talk about the celebrant. It is his Diamond Jubilee celebration, and it's no joke. It's no joke. It is the grace of God for him to have lasted this long, and we know that he's still going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. We'll be right back. Alright, it's still Souq Podcast, and my name is Grace Komolafe. Don't forget, it is a celebration of the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Taiwo I'll take it from the top. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. So I think I'm going to use Papa T at this point. Tell me your relationship. Okay, before we go into you telling me your relationship, I think I need to let our people understand who we have here. So we have the very Reverend Patrick Bamidele. Okay, he is the Secretary of
Conference
Education.
Education Secretary.
Okay, so he is the Conference Education Secretary. So tell me, what's your relationship with Papa T?
Papa T is my direct boss.
Okay.
I report directly to him. And he's one of the best bosses I've ever worked with.
Okay, him being a boss, a direct boss to you, how would you say his leadership has influenced you as a person?
Wow. He is a very good leader, a practical Christian, a man with human face, a man who is prepared to listen to you and then come up with solutions, especially when you are in crisis. He's the people's man. He is well loved. And no wonder we call him the new Don. Papa T happened to teach me when I was in the seminary. He was my teacher. And we have a name we call him then. When he's teaching you, he flows. So we say, flow out.
Oh, okay.
we call him flow
out. I see. Okay, so at any point, were there a time you felt, oh, I don't think I can work with this person? At any point in time?
Not at all.
Wow.
If I have my way, I will work with him until I retire from Methodist Church Nigeria.
That's great. So tell me how, if his journey so far reflects the value and the mission of Methodist Church.
Come again.
So I asked, his journey so far, would you say it reflects the mission and the vision of Methodist Church Nigeria?
Of course.
So tell us about it.
Of course. If we have to trace his life, when I say his life as a Methodist, I think Methodist Church Nigeria is lucky to have a bishop like him. He has attracted so many things, so many positive things to the church. So you can see the crowd in there. That's the testimony of the kind of person he is. Like I say, he's a gift to the church, and we are proud of him.
Thank you very much. So what do you wish him today? What do you wish him today?
All the very best life can offer. And then many more gracious years ahead. And when the fullness of time comes, we shall all meet over there in heaven, including you.
Amen. Amen. We look forward to that. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate
Thank you.
it.
God bless you.
Amen.
All right.
So again, we have someone special right on this side, and he will be shedding light into the life of today's celebrant. And he is the Right Reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo. It's a pleasure having you.
Very reverend.
Okay, very reverend. Pardon me. So you can tell us more. Let's meet you again.
All right. I am very reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo.
Okay.
Head Media and Communications.
Okay.
Methodist Church Nigeria.
Great. So tell me, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
Yes, he's my boss, my direct boss.
Okay.
In fact, he is one of the arrowheads God used to bring me to the media office. And he had been a close ally and friend, so that he will give me counsel and advice based on what to do in the office. And he's a father, he's a mentor, he's a pragmatic leader. He's very, very, very eloquent and very, very widespread. In fact, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had traveled through the East and also to the Middle Belt and have been a bishop of the Igbo people.
So I see you people call him Papa T, so let me call him now. Papa T is celebrating 60. What does that represent to you as someone working close with him?
Yes, like I said, Papa T for everybody means a different thing.
Okay.
For us, we copied it from his equals because he always tried to play the role of a father even while he was young. And then he has a baby face. Of course, you can see that at 60, he's still looking more like someone who is around 40, 45, 50, you know. So I call him Papa T because I feel it very comfortable for me because he plays the role of both father, boss, friend, and everything.
So as the Secretary of Conference, Methodist Church of Nigeria, what would you say he's doing differently?
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, he is one of the oldest bishops as at the time he became the Secretary of Conference. That's one thing that you can't take from him. And then he is also the only sitting SOC who is celebrating 60th on the seat. And then, like I said earlier, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had pastored the Igbo people in Umahia East and had been in Edo Delta, and then he's also a bishop here in the city. So he is well traveled. And he is one of the most connected bishops who actually brought in the C.C. Williamson training of Methodist connection to Nigeria. And he's well connected both outside and internally. He's highly, highly connected. In fact, as at the time he came in at a very time where he came with the prelate. We refer to him as the SOC New Dawn. You know, the church was indebted, but then he didn't close his eye from it. Neither did he close his eyes from supporting the prelate in development. So he's quite a very specific bishop who is interested in the growth and development. So he's using his connections to ensure the stability of the church.
Great. So do you see yourself in his shoes in the near future?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
In the near future, we don't say now.
Yes, I wouldn't say that because you see, there are shoes that you will project to sit on. And I think I really don't envy the seat of an SOC at all. Yes, because the work there is so much. It's beyond just ecclesiastical and pastoral. It is beyond administration. It has to do with understanding history, understanding administration, and then taking serious risk, because the truth is you are just like the shock absorber to whatever happened. The prelate is an ecclesiastical head and the SOC is the administrative arm. So he takes some decisions and he works based on canonical obedience. So whether good or bad decision by the prelate, he is the shock absorber. So I see things just from a pastoral way. So I could actually just say, okay, maybe leadership. Okay. But when it comes to SOC, it's administration.
Okay, so tell us your wish for him today.
Wow. Seriously, I wish him good health, long life and prosperity. And above all, joy and happiness, because that's what I derive anytime I see him and his wife.
Thank you.
Thank you so
much for your time.
You're blessed.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we have another special guest with us here, and she will be telling us more about this celebrant. We have Dame Mawumi Shotubo. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
It's my pleasure.
Great. So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
The celebrant is a brother to me. No, not biological brother, but you can have brothers that are even closer to you than your biological brother. I've known him for over 30 years, and he's been a fantastic person in the ministry. Apart from the ministry, he's very close to my family. There's any time I call him, it's very handy. And he has a fantastic wife too. I thank God for that.
Great. So as the Secretary of Conference for Methodist Church, what would you say are those special things that he has been doing yes, those special things he has been doing as a secretary of the conference?
Well, as the secretary of conference, I think he coordinates all the ministers under him. He coordinates everything in the church, and everything the patriarch does, he coordinates it. You know, he's in charge of the Methodist at the conference level, and he's doing the work very well. May God continue to be with him, guide him, and show him direction.
Amen. So you mentioned earlier that aside from being a brother from the church, he is also related to you outside church. So looking at his leadership skills in the church and his involvement with the family, you know, how would you weigh this? If you want to measure it, how would you weigh it?
Naturally, I think he has a fantastic leadership quality. God blessed him with that. So we should just continue to pray for him. He's holding the fort very well. And our prayer is, you know, it should not derail. We should just continue to pray.
All right. So what do you wish him as he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee?
Well, I wish him a very, very glorious return. As he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee, by God's grace, he will celebrate 70, 80, 90, 100. And the Lord will grant him all his heart desires. The Lord will bless him, bless his family, continue to uphold him as he continues with his work as the Secretary Methodist Conference.
Thank you very much.
Well,
And now we have the Right Reverend Dr. Iyang Effiong. He is the bishop in charge of evangelism and discipleship. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Yes, please tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
We have a very good relationship. Number one, he's my colleague, my senior colleague.
Okay.
Number two, he is the number 2 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria, the secretary of conference, which I followed him as a number 3 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria headquarters. So he is the secretary of conference, he's in charge of administration, and everything goes through him in terms of administration.
Okay.
So, and working with him is a good thing.
So tell me, what do you admire about his leadership?
But you have this, you cannot predict him when you meet with him.
Okay.
If you stay with him, he doesn't like any word to say. He will say, he will sustain you with a lot of ideas, good ideas. He will advise you. He will also encourage you in a lot of things, most especially concerning the church. It's like he had the whole idea of Methodism in his head.
Wow. So was there a time when you felt like, look, I think I can work with him, or the pressure is much, I just want to take a break? Was there ever a time?
Humanly, there must be a time like that.
Okay.
But as the condition of the work and the policy as a church, you cannot avoid working with one another.
I see.
Because
so how were you able to pull through?
There's no way you work with a human being that you may not have one issue or the other. But a way to manage that issue makes you a good leader.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is no way you can not have such things.
All right, so he's celebrating 60 today.
Yeah.
What does that represent to you as someone, the number 3, right, to him? What does that mean to you?
I really thank God for him, because so many people were born the same day with him. I don't think they are alive to see today. So for him to be 60 today is a blessing from God. It's something to celebrate. So for us to come here, we have seen his lifestyle as encourage others, and also an encouragement to me as a person. So I supposed to go home and rest after the national convention, but because of this celebration, I have to come back to Lagos in order to share in this celebration.
So in the position he's occupying, let me just ask you this. Is it a position that expires, or you just have to be there till God says, yes, it's time to move? Do you have maybe 2, 3, 4 years tenure and all of that?
We have a tenure.
Okay.
We have a period of 5 years at the first term.
Okay.
Then if the Lord and the church also decide for you to go further, you move the second term, that's another 5 years.
Okay, so I actually asked this question, so I could ask you, would you like him to come again and again as the secretary of the committee?
By the special grace of God, if the church accepted him to continue the second term, I would love him to continue. But because of his age, I would love him to be elevated into the office of Archbishop after his first term.
All right, so tell us your wish for him today as he celebrates 60.
Thank you.
What's your wish for him?
I wish him long life. I wish him good health. I wish him prosperity. I wish him divine connection and other connection that will help him to excel in his ministry.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Bless you. And you didn't tell me your name, but I've told you my name.
Okay, so my name is Grace Komolafe, and you are watching Souq Podcast. We take it from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world.
My sister, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure too.
God bless you.
Thank you. Amen.
have done very, very well. May God bless all of you mightily in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our late presidents, particularly the late president of conference, Saide Okechukwu. Ide one. Ide. Thank you so much, sir, for making this work easy for me. Because without your support as the late president of conference, there's no way I'll effectively work with the prelate and turn this church to a better church. Thank you so much, my brother. I love you. I love your family in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our past late presidents that are here, including Sir Lanodutola, who is formerly president of Remo.
All right, and at this very moment, I have a very close person to the celebrant, and she is the very sister of the celebrant. Her name is Mrs. Bolanle Ogunaike. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
Pleasure's mine.
All right. Your brother, so like you mentioned off camera, you said he's your immediate junior brother. Oh, wow. So tell us, how was growing up like?
Oh, we call him Papa T.
Oh, way back?
Way back.
I see.
Because he was born when my paternal grandfather died.
Oh.
So that's where he got his name Babatunde from.
Oh, that's great.
So he is a very gentleman, very selfless. He loved his family dearly. It's someone that he would do anything for his family. I mean, I'm talking about we, his siblings.
I see. So at any point while he was growing up, would you have thought that he would become someone occupying a special position within the church circle?
Our paternal grandfather happens to be a church catechist with Methodist Church Nigeria.
I see.
My late father is a local preacher, is a chairman or the president of Men's Fellowship, Methodist Church Nigeria. My late mom, Dame Oluranti Abigail Taiwo, she was a staunch Christian, a Methodist to the core. She served in every area of Methodist, starting from Sunday school to Women Fellowship, Lagos Diocese. We are originally born and raised in Ereko Methodist, and same with my brother. So he has, just like I said, Tunde has always been a very gentle one. He is the number 3 in the family. I'm number 2 and the first daughter. And he is one of the peacemakers when things are going rough. He's the one that will stand in gap and say, oh, please, let's be peaceful about this. So he has always had the trait of being a reverend.
I see.
And he loves to pray. He loves to pray. So I honestly know that he didn't make any mistake when he decides to be a reverend.
I see. So obviously he's been so grounded looking at the history of your family. So, I mean, it's in the blood.
It is.
It's in the blood. But would you say at any point in time you saw him, probably you've ever seen him being downcasted and maybe feeling like, oh, we can't do this, or I can't do this at any point in time? Or do you see him as someone that is always, up on his feet and no dull moment at any point?
So Babatunde, well, I will call him Babatunde because he's my baby brother.
Okay.
So I have the right to call him by his first name. Even though he's the bishop, he is very pessimistic. He's a go-getter. I remember him telling me one day that in our family, nobody has read up to being having a doctorate degree, and he's going to get it.
Wow.
And he worked hard, and he got it.
Wow.
So I give him kudos for that. He's very focused. When he wants to do things, he gets it done. Irregardless of what it's going to cost him, he will get it done.
Wow. So he's celebrating 60 today. What are your prayers for him?
My prayers for Babatunde and his family is to continue doing what he knows how to do best. Serving the Lord. Embrace his family. Never forget his background. Because oftentimes, men of God, because they get overwhelmed with this work of the ministry, they kind of not intentionally neglect their family. So he needs to maintain a balance, a good balance between ministry, home, and his siblings. So I live in United States.
I see.
And I came for this.
All the way. Wow.
So I feel honored to be here to celebrate my brother.
That's great.
I'm now the most senior out of the surviving children because we lost our brother, which is the firstborn. So I have no other choice than to be there because if our parents were alive, they will be here.
So your special wish for him today?
I wish him good life, good health, prosperity, and above all, because Bible says, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his life? Above all, Papa T, Babatunde Abiodun, I wish you that you don't lose your kingdom race. You don't lose your heavenly race, irregardless of what it takes. Serve the Lord, and serve the Lord.
Thank you so much for your time, though. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so we have very Reverend Godwin Onovo seated here with us today, and he will also be sharing moments with us about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
By the special grace of God, the celebrant, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, the Secretary of Conference, is a father to me, and incidentally, I work directly with him as the Conference Director of Research Services and Documentation at 2122 Marina, which is the corporate headquarters of Methodist Church in Nigeria.
Great. So having worked with him, I mean, you directly work with him, right?
Yes.
So tell me, how has his leadership influenced you?
The celebrant is a man of many parts. He's an astute administrator, and is a motivator, he's a galvanizer, he's a strategist, and he's a philosopher, a theologian, a pastor, and he's been a wonderful father. And his style of leadership has been very, very impactful. He's a man that is result-oriented, a man of action, and is a gift to our church.
Okay, so you mentioned his style of leadership. You know, someone could actually have a positive style of leadership, but it's another thing for it to align with the mission and vision of that organization. I want to ask you, his style of leadership, does it align with the vision and mission of Methodist Church?
Of course. He is popularly known as SOC New Dawn, and since the inception of his administration as the Secretary of Conference, the church has witnessed a lot of progress in different angles, and he is a leader that believes in corporate leadership. You know, he samples the opinion of people, you know, working around him, and so as a result of that, it has made his administration smooth and dynamic, and of course, His leadership style is in tandem with the vision and mission of the church.
All right, so what do you wish him today as he celebrates 60?
I wish him the very best and many more years of fruitful celebrations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Amen.
Yeah.
The chat here has been super amazing, if you would agree with me. Well, for me, it is what it is. There's no doubt about that. Look, celebrating 60 is no small feat at all. That's a huge one, I must say to you. Looking at the environment and a whole lot of things happening around the world, it's no joke. So we must thank God for bringing Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo this far. And like I said earlier, he's going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. But you know what? We need to go. I wish we can take more interviews. I wish we can hear more, testimonial about the celebrant. But hey, we have to call it a day. This is Souq Podcast. We'll take it right from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world, any day, anytime. I remain Grace Komolafe. Reach out to us via the number scrolling on your screen or through our social media platforms. We are on YouTube, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on Thread and on X. Yes, until some other time, I would see you again on Souq Podcast. Have an amazing time out there. Bye-bye.
gbogbo ìgbà lójoojúmọ́ ọlọ́pàá òjọ̀pọ̀ ètò tí iléeṣẹ́ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin àti ìgbógun ti ìṣẹ́ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó òun ni wọ́n ti ṣe kò ń ṣe iléeṣẹ́ yìí nìkan o wọ́n ṣe káàkiri ni nítorí náà ẹ jẹ́ ká pàtẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i fún ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó ní Èkó tí wá yàtọ̀ o wọ́n ń tọ́jú wa wọ́n ń ṣètọ́jú wa lójoojúmọ́ kò sí ọdún kan tí iléeṣẹ́ wápà tí wọ́n pín ohun èlò fáwọn tí wọ́n kọ́ níṣẹ́ kò ń ṣe wípé wọ́n kọ́ wa níṣẹ́ máa lọ láì gba ohun èlò iṣẹ́ àwọn tá a ti jàǹfààní àpọ̀lọ́jà àtìrẹ́rẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run ọ̀rọ̀ wa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn obìnrin ibi tá à ń fẹ́ kó dé á tún débẹ̀ á kọjá bẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ògbọ́n náà àtẹwọ́ tó gbogbo fún ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó. Gbogbo èyí tẹ́ wá láti ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ògùn àti ìjọba ìdàgbàsókè mẹ́tàdínlógójì tó wà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó a kí gbogbo yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o a ti dárúkọ wa ẹ jẹ́ ká pàtẹ́wọ́ pé Olúwa ó ṣe o tún kà mí yẹ lọ́dún yìí. Inú àwẹ̀ àwọn onígbàgbọ́ la wà inú àwẹ̀ tí mùsùlùmí kí àwọn tí mùsùlùmí kọ́ máa ṣe alihamudulilayi ní ìdí ìgbọ́ àwa ti ẹlẹ́sìn ti kìrìsìtẹ́nì káwa náà máa sọ wípé Olúwa ó ṣe o Olúwa ó ṣe o Olúwa ó ṣe o fún mi lórí ọ̀fẹ́ ọdún tó ń bọ̀ ó tún ṣojú mi iṣẹ́ takuntakun làwọn obìnrin ṣe nítorí ìdí èyí à á jèrè àwọn ọmọ wa o ẹ ṣeun a dúpẹ́.
the Executive Council here present, chairmen and members of statutory commissions here present, members of the body of permanent secretaries here present, especially the permanent secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Oluyemi Kalesoro, chairmen of local governments and local council development areas here present, heads of government agencies and parastatals here present, the Yanobe of Lagos, our very dear mother, Alaja Bintu Tinubu, thank you very much for attending. The SSA to the Governor of Grassroots and Women Affairs, Mr. Kehinde Bakari. The guest speaker of today's event, Professor A. Olurotimi Koka and Mrs. Titilayo Oshodi. Our women of inestimable value of this year's 2025 International Women's Day celebration. Our women, are you here? Akeke, are you here? Akado Okeodo, Ako Iketu, Ajirabi Ifelotu, Alimasha, Apapa Agamu, Amuwa Dabi. I greet all the local governments here. I will not be able to mention all. I celebrate you all today. Okay, Ayobo, Badagry, Badagry West, Barika, Koka Kuda, Ejikbo, Ejikbo Idimu, Ekpe Idimu, Ekpe, Eredo, Etiosa, Etiosa East, Iba, Ibejuleki, Ifakojaye, Ifelodu, Ikodo Ikotu, Ikpopobayeku, Ijade, Ikeja, Ikorodu, Ikorodu North, Ikorodu West, Ikosi Ejiri, Ikoyabolende, Imota, Irubia, Isola, Itira, Oshofe, Lagos Island, Lagos Mainland, Lagos Island East, Lekki, Mosokwala, Mushi, Odiolowo, Ọ̀jọ́, Ojodu, Ojokoro, Olorunda, Onígbòǹgbò, Oríadé, Orílẹ̀ Agége, Oṣòdì Sọ̀lọ̀, Ọ̀tọ̀ Àwórì, Ṣómólú, Sùúrùlérè, Yáàbá. I acknowledge you all. Iyaloja General of Nigeria, Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. I welcome other top government functionaries here present, Catholic Women Association, women in the 57 local governments and local council development area, political women groups, various women groups. Are you here? Other very distinguished guests, friends of Baba, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great joy that I stand before you today to commemorate the year 2025 International Women's Day under the theme Accelerate Action. This theme is not just a call to reflection, but a reminder that the time for slow progress is here, is over. We must act with urgency, determination, and commitment to advancing the rights and opportunities of women in our society. Women are the backbone of families, communities, and economies across the world. Women continue to break barriers, challenge stereotypes, and contribute immensely to national development. Yet, despite these achievements, we still face persistent challenges, gender inequality, economic disparity, gender-based violence, and limited access to quality education, healthcare, and leadership opportunities. Today, I call on all stakeholders, governments, civil society organizations, the private sector, and individuals to work collaboratively continue to transform the lives of countless women, ensuring that they are active participants in economic growth. Through scholarships, mentorship programs, and capacity building workshops, we are strengthening women's ability to thrive in all sectors. The challenges women face, whether at home or in the workplace or in society, can take a significant role on their mental and emotional well-being. Today, we have invited an expert to speak to us on our mental health conditions. As a ministry, we are actively working to provide safe spaces, counseling services, mental health support programs to ensure that women have the resources they need to live healthy and fulfilling lives. Women must not only have a seat at the table, but must also be active participants in shaping policies and decisions that affect their lives. We need more women in governance, business leadership, and community development roles. Kọ́tà máa ṣe tí ọ̀rọ̀ kan bá ti wà tó ń gbé wa nú, tó ń kọ́ wa lóminú, tí ò jẹ́ ká ní fọkànbalẹ̀. Àwọn pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa máa wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìyẹn o. Lẹ́yìn ìgbéjọ́ wa pọ̀ lórí International Women's Day, tí ìwà ni pé ká accelerate action, ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìgbésẹ̀ ńlá láti rí pé gbogbo nǹkan bíi gender-based violence, bíi sexual violence, bíi financial inclusion, ká gbé ìgbésẹ̀ ńlá láti tẹ̀síwájú lórí ẹ̀. Mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa dìde ká ṣọwọ́ wa báyìí pé alágbára láti ṣe. It is time for us to all rise up and make that sign to accelerate action to break barriers of sexual and gender-based violence, barriers that impede us from being heard, the barrier that will not allow us to sit on leadership positions. Everybody should stand up. Every person should stand up. And you'll be here today. Check, mommy. And you'll be here. And today. He's a professor of psychiatry, consultant psychiatrist, clinical psychologist, and behavioral scientist. He's a lecturer at Lagos State University College of Medicine and also consultant at Lagos State University Teaching Hospital in Kenya, Lagos. Professor Souq is widely known and has more than 90 academic publications in local and international scientific journals. His credit is an author of 10 personal development and inspirational books. He serves his community through Rotary International, Young Men's Prison Association YMCA, and Medical and Counseling Ministry of St. Paul's Church, Western Lagos, where he also a barrister. He's
Mr. Senator, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Claudia Epidoke Sanwo-Olu, Her Excellency, Mrs. Oluremi Hamzat, the wife of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, and the dignitaries here present, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am a psychiatrist. In short, that means Dr. Arinola Oronimi. And if you want to accelerate action regarding empowerment, gender equality, fundamental rights of girls and women, addressing poverty, we must be balanced mentally. However, to be balanced mentally, all of us here must also be physically fit. That means we must carry out physical exercises 3 times a week for 1 hour to increase our heart beats to 100 beats per minute. So we must also enhance our social health, ability to make friendships anywhere you are. Then lastly, ability to enhance your mental health. Science has said that 1 in 5 women will develop mental illnesses such as anxiety, depression, panic attacks, and bipolar disorders. And what are the causes of this problem? Because women have many multiple social roles. They are mothers, they are wives, they are leaders in offices, they are spiritual leaders, and they have to fulfill so many social roles. Maternal depression is on the increase, and women don't know that they are depressed because the signs of depression are like that of malaria when it starts. Other causes of mental disorders, the death of a loved one, your husband, your child, divorce, separation, not being married, and you are married, don't have a child. And sometimes when you have a child and you don't have the support, it will also cause mental disorders. Employment, poverty, rape in women, women that live alone, single mothers, discrimination against them, stigma at the workplace. At home, difficult husband. Your husband don't want to cooperate with you. He doesn't want to hear you. So there's communication breakdown in the house. Then domestic violence. There's what we call also postpartum psychosis. 1 in 7 women that deliver children will have mental disorders. Ìyẹn ló ń pè ní àbísínwí in Yorùbá land. Also, when you are getting to 55, 60, women also experience menopause. And menopause can also manifest as symptoms of depression. So when you are having issues, you start to think. As you are thinking, some chemicals are being pumped from your brain to all parts of your body. Dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline, and cortisol. And they start to affect your organs, your heart, your liver, your kidneys, and then you start to have symptoms. Initially, they come as symptoms of malaria, hotness of the body, weakness, headache, backache. Then the BP will go up, and we start to have hypertension. Some people develop diabetes. But the most important thing is that when depression sets in, most people do not recognize the signs of depression. Sign of being sad all the time, irritability, short temper, not be able to sleep, loss of weight. And if you don't get to see a psychiatrist, then you start to hear strange voices. You think some people are after your life, then it gets to guilt feelings, worthless feelings, and hopeless feelings, and that's when people attempt to commit suicide. If we don't recognize symptoms of mental illnesses, the consequences are enormous. Domestic accidents, violence in the house, tension in the house between the husband and children, verbal abuse, social isolation. I've seen women that said they don't want to go out again, so they have social withdrawal. It can bring about prolonged suffering, separation, unemployment, early death. So if we don't want to have mental problems, I'll teach you just 5 ways. These 5 ways, you don't even need to have money to have them. They are wonderfully selected, and they are very good psychological problems. Number one, if somebody is stressing you anywhere, at work, at home, your mother-in-law, your father-in-law is stressing you and is making you want to have mental disorder, write a letter to that person. Dear sir, dear man, you know you are the most terrible person in this world. I feel like slapping you. So write 5, 10 pages, sign it, but please go and hide that letter when nobody will see it. 3 days later, go back to that letter and be amazed about the venom you poured in that letter. Number 2, abuse the person stressing you. Not to his face, so put a pillow on a chair. Write the name of the person stressing you. Mr. Jones or Mrs. Brown. Then abuse that pillow the way you would love to abuse that person to his front. So when you see that person following day, you will not have racing habits or palpitations. Number 3, between husband and wives. Very effective. When somebody wants to be difficult, either the husband or the wife, just walk away. Walk away, go for a long walk for 30, 40 minutes and come back to the house smiling. Then number 4, dress your best every day. When you think you are feeling sad, that is when you need to dress your best to work. Because the comments will lift your mood. You are beautiful today. You are charming. You are pretty. Wow. And those kind of comments will make you to be happy. Number 5, which is when you are feeling low and feeling sad, that is when you need to use this therapy. It's called the dancing therapy. So I'd like the DJ to put Koloba for us, and I'd like everybody in this hall to stand up and dance 3 minutes to the Koloba. Please let us dance. I am a fantastic dancer, and we saw Mr. Selebu dancing on the stage there. If you think you can dance more than Mr. Selebu, please show us your skills. I'm a good dancer too. Everybody get up. Last week, a very effective stress management technique is the laughter therapy. Laughter therapy, because of Lagos State stress, people have forgotten how to laugh. So we carry out laughter therapy for our patients at the Lagos State University Hospital. And if you don't know how to laugh, you will try to solve your problem. So I want everybody in this stadium to laugh from the bottom of their hearts. Let's go. Happy to be here. Wow. So if somebody has annoyed you, you can also laugh máa ronú, wọ́n á máa kanra, wọ́n á máa bẹ́rù bọ́dìjà, wọ́n ò ní lè sùn, wọ́n á lose appetite fún àbí kọ́ máa jẹun jù, ọ̀kọ́ máa sùn jù. Tọ́wọ́n bá jẹ́ mọ̀ pé àwọn ní gbogbo àwọn kí yìí ó máa dàbí kéèyàn ní malaria ni. Wọ́n á lọ bá dókítà wọn, dókítà ní malaria lẹ́ni o. Wọ́n á fọ lóògùn malaria. 3 months later, the same problem. Tó bá yá, wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa gbóhùn. Ohun tó ń pọ̀ máa gan, ó yá lọ gbé ìkan létí, lọ jump sínú ibì kan, bọ́rẹ̀ sí ohun. Náà tó bá tún ní treatment, á wá di pé ohun yẹn sọ fún wọn pé kúkú lọ end it up. So, and people don't know that it's because of depression, wahala ayé, stresses of life ló cause it. Unfortunately, ibi tó bá gbé àwọn problem yìí lọ ní church àbí mosque, nítorí pé kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ gbé wàhálà ìlọ sí ní àbá apá òsì, wọ́n ní ṣé mo tó bá ya wèrè ni. No, you don't have to go to the hospital. Psychiatric facility ó wà ní Lutz, ó wà ní Lasuth, ó wà ní Greenfield Hospital, ó wà ní some places. So when you have this problem, collaborate with us. Go to your general hospital, let them give you treatment. Àwọn tó bá lè treat dáadáa, wọ́n á refer àwọn wá sọ́dọ̀ wa ní Lagos State University Hospital, táwọn psychiatrist wà. So àwọn ọpọlọ mi pé èèyàn ti ya wèrè o. Bọ̀dé ìbádẹ́ ìfẹ́ ní mental problem. Àwọn ọkọ̀ márùn-ún yẹn kò ní kẹ́ ṣe o. Write a letter, abuse, walk away, dress your best, and laugh away your problem. So to round up, 20 ways you can prevent mental illnesses. Number 1, love yourself, adore yourself, cherish yourself as a woman of substance. Don't be envious of other people's achievements. Learn to relax, set goals, sleep for 8 hours, ask for help, share your problems with your nurse, with your social worker, with your pastor, with your imam. Improve your social relationship. Be prepared for sudden change, like how changes in Nigeria. Recognize who are stressing you and deal with them. Learn something new. Take responsibility for what's happening to you. Don't blame anybody. Blame yourself. Dance, laugh away your stress. Do anything that is possible to make you happy. So to conclude, we'll be able to talk about mental challenges of women, how to recognize them, how to prevent them, how to collaborate with psychiatrists in Lagos State. And once you do them, we are much more empowered to accelerate action regarding women's rights, regarding empowerment, gender equality, addressing poverty, and financing gender equality. Mr. Governor, sir, the First Lady of Lagos, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Special advisor of climate change and circular economy, accomplished professional who has made a successful transition from a career in marketing and communications to becoming an organizational management executive, social reformer, and youth advocate. We make welcome Mrs. Titilayo Osho. Please put your hands together for her once again.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, women of Lagos and champions of change, it's a privilege to stand before you today as we mark International Women's Day 2025, a day set aside to celebrate the achievements, resilience, and boundless potential of women worldwide. This year's theme, Together We Can Forge Women's Equality, collectively we can all accelerate action. This is a powerful reminder that true progress is not just about acknowledging women's contributions, it is about deliberate action to ensure that women thrive in every sector, every community, and every economy. I'd like to appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Selebu, the he for she Governor, Mr. Climate Change, the brand new Mr. Circular Economy Pioneer. Let's give him a round of applause, please, for his unwavering commitment to empowering women through policy We give God the glory to be able to witness the 2025 International Women's Day. Happy International Women's Day to every woman seated in the house here present, and to those that are watching us online. All glory, all honor belong to God. We want to thank our mother of the nation, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who is a senior woman and a very strong advocate for women. And by extension, we use this medium to meet our president, the National He for She President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We thank God. Our He for She in Lagos, Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Adurabe Sanwo-Olu, thank you for always being there. And I also know that you do not do it alone. You have our brother, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. My sister, I greet you and acknowledge you. And for all our distinguished guests in the hall, in the stadium, I greet you. I want to stand on this well-established protocol by the MC and people that have talked before me. The year 2025 International Women's Day. The theme, accelerate action. Lédè Yorùbá, yára ṣàṣà fún ìdàgbàsókè àwọn obìnrin. Lédè Hausa, Aikato, Aiki. Lédè Igbo, Ike, Ngwagwa. To show you that all over the world, all over Nigeria, today is a significant day that we remember all our women. Not only celebrating them, but greeting them for their resilience, their dog-headedness, the hard work that they put to ensure that women's voice are recognized. This year's theme, Accelerate Action, is a powerful call to move beyond discussions and take concrete steps towards gender equality, economic empowerment, and social inclusion for women. Women have always been at the forefront of change, yet despite our resilience, progress towards gender parity has been slow. Today, we reaffirm our commitment not only to advocating for women's rights, but also to ensure meaningful and impactful action. In Lagos State, we have remained steadfast in implementing policies and initiatives that uplift and empower women. Through the Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, thousands of women have gained access to economic opportunities, vocational training, and financial support to boost their business, as mentioned by the Honorable Commissioner of Women Affairs this morning. Beyond these commendations, the Office of First Lady has also supported these initiatives, extending the empowerment program to the wider public. However, we must recognize that more work remains to be done. Accelerating action means strengthening policies that promote equal opportunities for women in leadership, women in business, women in governance, and expansion in education, healthcare, and financial inclusion to ensure no woman is left behind. It means ending gender-based violence by reinforcing laws, increasing awareness, and ensuring victims receive the necessary support, while also encouraging women to take charge of their future by embracing innovation, digital skills, entrepreneurship in this evolving world. The Lagos State government, under the leadership of your dynamic governor, remains committed to improving the lives of women through empowerment programs, skill acquisition centers, intervention initiatives. We continue to foster an environment where every woman can thrive and contribute meaningfully to society. As part of our commitment to eliminating gender-based violence, the Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency has intensified efforts to promote, support, and rehabilitate survivors through legal aids, shelter services, and advocacy campaigns. Ẹ̀yin obìnrin, ó ṣe pàtàkì kẹ́ gbọ́ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń sọ yìí. Kẹ́ lè mọ ibi tí òfin ti ṣiṣẹ́ dé lára àwọn iṣẹ́ obìnrin. Kò sí wípé wọ́n fipá lò pẹ̀lú obìnrin mọ́. Kò sí pé ní yunifásitì àwọn ọmọ yẹn obìnrin, àwọn lẹ́kítọ̀rà àwọn máa dà wọ́n láàmú. Òfin ti wà fún gbogbo ìyẹn. Ẹni tó bá ṣe ẹ̀wọ̀n gbére ló lọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ìyá ẹ̀yin òbí tẹ́ bá mọ̀ ẹ ti mọ̀ sí yín o. Wọ́n tún ti dá agency sílẹ̀, wo ni mo sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn, Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. Ó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀, bóyá ọkọ àti ìyàwó jà àbí wọ́n fipá lò pẹ̀lú obìnrin. DSVA, Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Lọ́yà, agbẹjọ́rò, ó ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ibi tó máa fi ọmọ yẹn sí àgbóbìnrin yẹn sí, ó ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn dókítà tó máa tọ́jú arábìnrin yẹn, ó ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ má gbàgbé o, domestic violence, àwọn ọkùnrin náà ó máa affect wọn náà. A rí àwọn obìnrin míì tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n dàgbọ́ ọkùnrin tó máa ń lu ọkùnrin. Àwọn ọkùnrin náà lè mú ẹjọ́ yẹn lọ sí DSVA, wọ́n lọ fẹjọ́ sùn. Wọ́n má jẹ́ pé òdìkejì ló máa já sí. The Lagos State Child Protection Policy has also been reinforced to safeguard the rights of young girls and boys, ensuring that they grow in safe and supportive environments. Ètò wà fún àwọn ọmọdé náà. Àfẹ́ káwọn ọmọdé wọ́n máa kiri nígbà tó yẹ kó wà ní iléèwé. Àfẹ́ káwọn ọmọdé wọ́n máa ṣe àwọn iṣẹ́ kán pa owó púpọ̀ fún àwọn òbí wọn gbà tó yẹ kó kàwé. Àwọn ní ọjọ́ ọ̀la wa, afẹ́kọ́ ṣoríire báwa náà, afẹ́kọ́ ga jù wá lọ. Ní iṣẹ́ ibi tí ìyàwó gómìnà wà, the Office of the First Lady, we have the initiative of the Boy Child, which focuses on young men, mentoring our boys, avoiding the gap between the men and the women, ensuring that the vulnerable boys out there go to school and become responsible men so that they can support the women out there. Also in the Office of the First Lady, we are strong advocates on stop tuberculosis, immunization, especially for all our children from age 0 to age 5. We are very strong on e-birth registration to ensure that all the newborn children are born and registered properly so that they can plan for their future, ensure that we have enough schools, enough teachers that will be provided for these children. Ó ṣe pàtàkì kí ẹ̀bùn pa àwọn iṣẹ́ tá a tún ṣe lórí ká ṣe àyẹ̀wò lórí ikọ́. Ẹlòmíì lè máa kúkọ́ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín fún ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì, ọ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́ta, ẹni kó lọ sí ilé ìyẹ̀wò. Wọ́n fi sọ pé bóyá ó ní ikọ́ fèrè àdúgbò ni. Abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára náà, a máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ púpọ̀ pé ẹjọ́ ẹ̀yin ìyá, ẹ̀yin girama, ẹ bá a sọ fún àwọn ọmọ yín, wọ́n gba abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára kan gbà pé nígbà tó yẹ kó gbà. E-registration, ayé àtijọ́, ẹ bá ti bímọ, ẹlòmíì pàápàá wọn fẹ́ lọ rẹ́gísítà ọmọ wọn. Wọ́n nísìnyí, ẹ ṣe bímọ yẹn báyìí, àwọn kan sì wà nínú àwọn hospital ní ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn tó máa ń bí ọmọ wẹ́rẹ́ bẹ̀. Wọ́n máa ti lo fóònù, wọ́n máa ti gba orúkọ òbí àti bàbá àti ìyá. Immediately wọ́n máa ti fún wọn ní NI number, National Insurance Identity Number, so that wọ́n bá ṣe ń dàgbà sí àwọn ìjọba wọn mọ àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ kó ṣe. At this junction, I wish to sincerely appreciate the key stakeholders who have played significant roles in advancing the cause of women in Lagos State, starting from young governor Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, who Despite being a father and a husband, deemed it necessary to provide visionary leadership and unwavering support for women-focused initiatives, significantly propelling our progress in Lagos State. I also appreciate the Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamza, and his wife, Mrs. Oluremi Hamza, for also supporting the growth and welfare of women in Lagos. We deeply appreciate your contributions. The Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Bolaji Dada. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Oludemi Kanisogo, for your joint, relentless effort in championing women's causes, expanding empowerment programs, and driving impactful policies that have transformed countless lives. Again, we want to remember our mother, the wife of the President, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, on her program Renewed Hope Initiative, which encompasses and ensuring that better families are being recognized. Her pillars based on agriculture, on women empowerment, financial inclusion, social inclusion, very important, and environment. Over the months coming, you will be noticing and be hearing a lot about more on encouraging every woman to plant something in their homes to reduce the poverty level. You will also be hearing a lot about financial support, elder support, and you will also be hearing a lot on environment, ensuring that your environment is clean. When your environment is clean, you have a healthy nation. When you have a healthy nation, that is when you can plan different policies. That is when you can now start striving to attain some leadership positions. Last but not the least, is every woman should encourage every other woman out there. Please don't laugh at a woman that is trying to strive to be better. Please support every woman out there. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Àwọn yẹ́lò mi ni ẹ jàre. Ẹ fún yín látẹ̀wọ́. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ẹ jọ ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ké kọ́kọ́. Ẹ sọ fẹ́ tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín. You look beautiful. Ẹ tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín ni bọ́sì pẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kejì. You look beautiful. Tí o ti ẹ̀ lẹ́wà tó tó yìí. Tí o ti ẹ̀ lẹ́wà tó tó yìí. Èyí yìí má dà á fìdí ẹ bọ́. You look outstanding. Tọ́ọ̀bà ní sọ fún ẹ sọ fún ara ilé ní. Yes, I look outstanding. I look beautiful. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, beauty yẹn náà lè máa gbé lọ lélẹ̀ ní lágbára Ọlọ́run. You're beautiful inside and you're beautiful outside. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo yín ni o. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo yín. Pé ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ nínú àwẹ̀. Inú àwẹ̀ ti kiri yó. Àti ti Mùsùlùmí, Ramadan Kareem. Àti lẹ́yìn gbogbo ara tú jájá. Ká jáde lé ní pẹ́ gbogbo ara tẹ̀ ṣe gan-an ní. Ẹ ṣe pé ẹ̀yìn tó ti sùúrù sílẹ̀. Àwọn oníkà máa jó díẹ̀, àìmáa jó díẹ̀ sí. nǹkan tó dáa là ń ṣe àdẹ̀dúgbẹ́ pé kò tí ì ṣàkó mẹ́rin àti àkó márùn-ún fáwọn òkè ìgbò wá ṣàkó kan lóyìnbó ayé ìjó díẹ̀ sí àtòmálọ́lé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ti máa rí o. Thank you very, very much. On your behalf, I want to acknowledge once again my own First Lady, your First Lady, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, a.k.a. Ìyàwó Babájídé. Wife of the Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, Mrs. Olúrẹ̀mí Hamzat, herself, thank you. Members of my female and male cabinet that are here, are they not lovely? Is she lovely? Are they lovely? Àwọn láàrin cabinet tó ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀mí àdúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run. Thank you very much. I greet you, each and every one of you, especially Madam Wapa, Eshu, Statutory Commission members that are here, thank you very much. Permanent Secretary, thank you very much. Eshekonyu, Chairman of our LCDA and our local council areas, thank you very much, Princess, and all of you, thank you very much. Our mothers, Yaloja of Lagos, Alaja Bintu, Tinubu, Eshekonyu, thank you very much for taking our time for sitting with us all throughout. Mrs. Honorable Mrs. Olajudoyin, Eshekonyu, thank you very much. We want to thank all of our council women that are here. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of our guest speakers, Professor and Mrs. Usu, thank you very much. Our Yaloja General, here able represented, Gbogbo Yaloja, Lotto Atilosi, Atibelo Gbogbo, thank you very much. All of our traditional institutions that are here, thank you very much. Community leaders that are here, thank you very much. Different political groups, female political groups that are here, thank you very much. All of our great women from all of the 57 local government and LCDA, all the way from Agege, all the way to Yaba, all the 57 of you, I greet you, I thank you, Eshekonyu, Eku Aduroti Gbogbo Gbagbogbo, Eshekonyu, Ayọ̀ Balógun, Otojo Mẹ́ta, Ọlọ́run gbogbo lẹ́nu yín o, wáyé jẹjẹ wọlé ní kò fẹ́ dájú sí gómìnà lọ sókè. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can see that this year 2025 is a year of happiness and joy for each and every one of us. It's a year of blessing for each and every one of us. I want to use this opportunity, like First Lady said, to thank the leader of our government, the President himself, who is number one, he for she. Through him to also thank our First Lady, who were the beginning of the light of Lagos in 1999. We continue to acknowledge them. Thank you very much for your leadership. And to all the other First Ladies and former governors also that have run this place. We are here to celebrate all of you. Thank you for all the work that you have done to take us thus far. And so I want to thank all of you and with immense pride. This year, 2025, International Women's Day, which is globally a significant day. It's not just a day, it's on our calendar, but it's a powerful reminder of the essential role played by our women in shaping our society and driving progress. Our women internationally have come to acknowledge and recognize that we need to celebrate separately, differently. We need to set a day aside to celebrate, to thank you individually and collectively. And this year's theme is accelerate action. To accelerate action. It serves as a clear call to move beyond the rhetoric and for you to take bold and decisive steps towards achieving gender equality and empowering women. The IW Day, celebrated annually, which is on the 8th of March, has its root over centuries of advocacy for women's rights. This year marks a pivotal moment as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration on the Platform of Action, which was adopted all the way in 1995. You know, we all talk about the Beijing Conference in 1995. It is 30 years now of that conference in 2025, and it continues to wax stronger and stronger. And the theme, Accelerate Action, underscores the urgency of addressing the persistent inequality and the barriers that hinder women from realizing their full potential. For us in Lagos State, we're not just echoing this theme, we're embodying it through deliberate actions and policies to ensure that we empower our women across all sectors, from expanding economic opportunity to ensuring that they have access to quality healthcare and education. Our administration continues to remain an E4C governor, an E4C government, an E4C public sector. We reaffirm our dedication to this and to foster inclusive environment where women are not only seen but they are heard and they are ensured that at all times they are equally empowered. We have made significant investment in various initiatives that are ensuring that we foster self-sufficiency, leadership, and economic participation through our various programs: Ministry of WAPA, Ministry of Youth, Wealth Creation, Climate Change, Sustainable Development, SSD, all of them in one form or the other, commerce, trade and investment, MSMEs. We are very deliberate and intentional to ensure that we change the course of women positively in Lagos. Our policies are dedicated to protecting women from all forms of gender-based violence while creating opportunity for them to assume leadership role in governance. And of course, take decision-making position as well. Additionally, we facilitate access to credit for them to enable that all our female entrepreneurs, they can grow in a sustainable manner and their businesses can flourish. I'm expecting one item that I want to show today as a demonstration of our commitment at empowering our women. Progress, they say that it requires a collective action for us to ensure that the gender equality is not just a lip service. Our Teams Plus agenda, the plus in the teams is gender equality, access to our women, and something that we deliberately put in our economic policy for everyone to see in Lagos. So we are here once again to celebrate the 2025 International Women's Day. By the grace of God, in another 1 year when we're celebrating one for 2026, you also come around with bigger and better and bolder ideas. I'll see you and I'll see the grace of God and the glory of God and economic development within all of you. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo yín o. Ẹ gbọ́ mi báyìí. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo yín o. Ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, ẹ̀yin sísá wa, mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo yín o. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ pé ẹ dúró tì wá. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ pé èyí jẹ́ ọjọ́ ẹ̀yin obìnrin, àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Èyí jẹ́ ọjọ́ ẹ̀yin obìnrin. Tẹ́lẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe wége èlé tó dúró pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́. Tẹ̀kù mékọ̀pù yẹn tó dúró dẹ́dẹ́dẹ́.
Yes, today we are all women and we are happy to be here. We are happy to rejoice with each other. We are happy to come together in one love and unity from different local governments. And this day brings every woman from all part of Lagos State. It brings us together and we are really happy about it.
President, Restaurant, Cakes, Bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the Director, SIR&D, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, LASCOPA. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Engineer Greg Ashibogu. He's the Chairman, GK Foundation and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the Director, Policy Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDAC in our midst is Dr. Ifeoma Okafor. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for gracing this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shomiron. He's also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to staying ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Aye, the founder of Antalaza PS. Please help me to clap for her. She's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, Morelete Taylor, the president of the Restaurant, Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Professionally and a host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDAC and I said, we are going to be there. So, Mr. Dr. Okafor, I'm happy that you are here. God will bless all of us. Throughout the day, we'll be treated to insightful presentations, engaging discussions with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Care Company, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence to elevate the art of restaurant management. The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come come together to inspire, educate, and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team, who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully, ask questions, and share our perspective. We are ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and enjoy the company of your peers at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave with getting good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
Dedicated to the growth and development of the restaurant and hospitality industry in Nigeria. The restaurant and hospitality industry is a vital pillar of Nigeria's economy. It provides employment to millions, drives tourism, supports local farmers and food suppliers, and contributes significantly to our GDP. This sector is not just about serving or providing accommodation. It is about experiences, innovation, and economic transformation. With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you, it's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a manager's conference and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you're in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when nobody raised their hand at first. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. If nobody gives an answer, you guys need to answer. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? I have my team for 355, so don't worry. I came prepared. It's called Start With Your Why. You are starting in a position and you have an opportunity to improve your life and improve the lives of those around you. You impact people's lives. Someone that wants to propose to their girlfriend and wants to get married, you will be part of their life experience forever, just by being a manager in a restaurant or in a food establishment. So in such a critical role, that if you are occupying it, you need to understand what role am I in. And from my own organization,
manager do? So can I have just a few contributions? What does an effective manager do? Yes, please.
Effective manager will lead by example.
Please give her a round of applause. I'm in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room. Another answer, please.
As an effective manager, first you need to work on yourself because you can't do.
A manager must work on themselves. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the book 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you can only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give her a round of applause. And I have one more answer because my time is limited. What does an effective manager do?
An effective manager must be proactive.
Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give her a round of applause. I spelled out a few things I think that a good manager should be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take just about 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you a manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you would say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your product, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders? Or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they will clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this place. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? Alright, I'm almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do, you're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to become a COO or a CEO, you see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally holds a position. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of themselves a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant
governance, audit, compliance, learning and development, and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Her ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in Sweet Sensation's ongoing transformation. Under her leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. Ayo's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication. Evangelist, I think he really is that. So let's please give him a round of applause. I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all existing protocol, but even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bola Ayeni, who's here. Mrs. Bosse Ayeni, who's here, the founder of Fertilizers and pioneer in the industry. Thank you for your continued support of the industry. It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCDC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. Again, I don't honor my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So, well done, man. Thank you for all you do at NAFDAC. Thank you. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Kende Kamsen, the founder and CEO of Sweet Sensation. Also, the chairperson of Western. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone here. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly. Things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumers, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can we make sure that the organization not just survives, but thrives and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So, for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, for trainings, it's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes, network with your peers or colleagues or people who you admire within the industry. But please make sure you learn, make sure when you go back to your companies, you are teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here,
Let's clap for him if he is not here. Which message from Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development. As the Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce as he understands that the success of our industries rests upon the skills and dedication of our people. The hospitality industry is an integral to Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, cultural exchange, and promotion of our rich heritage. By fostering a thriving restaurant sector, we contribute to a broader narrative of national pride and economic resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and global tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled, but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable Souq Rabiu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity from Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that is the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Razak, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. I have my good message, but I just feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute, and we are praying for him. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause. I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in Lagos, Ogun, and some states at Shagam Axis yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. No food, the best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff staff need PPEs, you are not providing it. What more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then you have not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your products and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every bite, like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you are all welcome. Mr. Razak, congratulations. You are a brother and you remain a brother. We continue to support all that you do. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back into lecture on council.
And I belong to nobody, so as not to miss out anybody. All protocols duly observed. Mr. Razak, we are here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Today. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, Dame Pende Camping, ably represented by the DFE of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Ayani Baba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time, November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not holding this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, you know, I picked this call February. I told him, I know. You sent in every necessary details. December. Be rest assured, we will come. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, you know, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will come. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, RESPAN, Restaurant and Food Service Providers Association of Nigeria, we're a non-partisan, non-profit making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, you will be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot seasoning meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to be Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And you know, we try getting more members. We approach the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no, you guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners, and you know the mentality when it comes to fast food. They believe it's all about junk. And mind you, our logo is there, used to be Eat AFCON, Eat Safety. They're not like, you are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you walk into a sweet sensation outlet, you walk into a labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a big icon. you have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have efori roll, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietary Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat respect, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from our member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bosse Ayelu. She happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria has been chartered, is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, delivered by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Art and Culture. So, like the MC said, and speaker before me said, please relax, unlearn, learn, relearn, because we are here for a whole lot of robotic lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sessions today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is Souq, that is Ola Rahim, and look at Souq. I'm standing here for my general manager, Afolabi Shulebo Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is going to be highly educative. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by Lagos State Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair trade practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt, I don't think I have the knowledge to do that. So I would just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvement on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is service, how consumers are treated on and off the restaurant. So the first point of contact for every consumer or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. Not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers too should help us to address that. Then, apart from on-the-spot services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home, I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I detect, in some cases we have seen somebody who bought food and saw a fly in the food. You cannot rule that out. So now, why try to reach out to the restaurant? The person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint queue. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is correct, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. We should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issues on the spot. And if the person that is receiving the complaint at first time cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like SOCA. I want to inform you that the 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor, 2024 law, that empowers agencies to seal all premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager would say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses, but then we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in Lagos State are protected. We are all consumers. So this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I want to enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumer as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afolabi Shilego Espe. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guests, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences and a key driver of tourism, restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It also involves embracing modern practices and adhering to health regulations and implementing sustainable investing in the restaurant industry is no longer an option, it is a necessity. From responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being, sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remain committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Larry Mojala.
Thank you so very much, sir. That was very well said. Very well said. I actually don't know what it means. I recognize everybody that is here, and I have not addressed you in person, it's not on this side. But I think we're beginning to look at the time to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition, and what's not happened before, but from what I heard today, it looks like this is the main one. Forgive me
today in this huge market that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the customer would rather be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stalls, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot be underestimated, range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure, like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, Morenica took the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of two of us, and she said content. And I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but we operate in two different
smart marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 15 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, or is constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing, not reprocessing, repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We, as an industry, must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of same to our industry. What then will that position be? I keep wondering, are we going to charge for the more expensive bags? Or how do we absorb the additional cost in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging? How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit? How do we reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices? Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. We move on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we try in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. Managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you're catering to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day. storage. If you don't store your food properly, you will end up having older products, or you will not follow FIFA, right? She has mentioned it, she has given us explanation of what FIFA and FIFA is. I won't dive into that. But if you don't store your food properly, you end up having food waste. Most times when I audit restaurants, right, it's very simple for them to have a failure in non-conformity in this aspect, because they will just tend to go clean the product on the shelf and
policy was even to event coordinators. Know the amount of guests that you are inviting to an event and plan accordingly. Have a food waste policy. This is new. I know for manufacturing companies, because those who are in FSSA national space, it is not new to them. But for restaurants, having a waste policy might be new, and to be a good initiative so that your customers know that you're trying to make money and to also save the environment. So to be a good thing to have a food safety, a food waste policy or initiative.
know that? So for those who don't know, some people just screamed, eh? We are an ancestor brand. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we know how to do the best. Bring deliciousness to homes, to your meal time. And this was the initiative of two Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then a business is born. So this is how our Ajinomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products. So we've been in Nigeria since 1991, and what are we doing? We are founded on the aspiration to contribute to well-being of the human being, well-being of the society, well-being of the planet through amino science. Amino science is the technology and the specialty of the Ajinomoto Group. The NAFDAC people here know us, we are registered. The SON people here know us, we have your man cap. So we are very regulated and very compliant. So what is Ajinomoto? My targets are here, the caterers are here, LSCDA, and my other catering group. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So these are my targets. And I know restaurant people are here who use it. The people used to say that all those big restaurants today use Ajinomoto, but they hide it. So I want to ask, what do you gain if you don't use Ajinomoto cook? And what do you gain if you don't use that cook? You still they hide them. Tell people the source of your deliciousness, because you understand that it is safe. It is made from sugar cane. It helps you to reduce salt in your food. People call it magionio, thinking because that it may be salt. Not salt. It is a product that has glutamate, and glutamate is an essential amino acid which gives the taste of umami. Umami is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but delicious. That is the fifth taste, in case you don't know. We don't have only 4 taste sensations now, we have 5. The taste of tomatoes is not sweet, not sour, not salty. Every speaker has talked about tomatoes now. It is to make almost every meal. And so it is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but it gives that umami taste. That's the 5th taste around the world, and it's not different to Nigeria. And that's the taste of our Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is produced through a fermentation process of sugar-based sugarcane, beets, cassava, maize. So all of these are products through which Ajinomoto is made. And then it is made up of, our MSG is made up of simply sodium, glutamate, and water. This is it. And it contains 1/3 of the amount of sodium in table salt. So if you think your food is not delicious enough, you're just adding salt, you're adding to your hypertension. Yes, so why don't you use Ajinomoto? And it helps you to promote that deliciousness that you want in your meal. That's what we are talking about. So it is used around the world to bring out deliciousness. You are what you eat. All of us agree to that, right? It's consume that forms you. Some food experts will tell us to avoid this fast food, pastries, cakes. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. Reason. They tell you some of you it gives cholesterol. They just call a lot of hard names that will scare you. But once in a while, even in the pyramid of food, all these things are there. You take them, but maybe sparingly. And not that you don't take at all. So And when we eat food, we don't eat to swallow those chunks. What we eat is to get nutrients from the food. Bringing word of that. So look out for it in the market. It is very beautiful for jollof spaghetti. One pack is 25 grams, and then you use it for 500-gram spaghetti. Just add 30 cl of water, and then mix it to get the sauce, and voila, deliciousness is all the way. And we love to get questions, we love to have feedbacks. Like the MC has said, a pack like this is going to be given to everyone here, and we hope that you will use it and continue to enjoy deliciousness.
And Grassy Global Foundation, headed by Engineer Greg Ashiwo, we are presenting this award to the DG of NAFDA, Professor Christiana Adeyemi. And she was one of those ones that bring premium importance of production, the quality aspect of it. And I'm happy that I happened to be one of the first production supervisors that became an athlete manager and never stopped. So, on behalf of the organizer of the maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, we are presenting this award of honor to Mrs. Kosi Ayemi in recognition of her contribution to the growth and development of Nigerian restaurant managers. We are doing that one today, and we are happy that she's here and happy to be here to receive this award. Restaurant, cafes, bars, and club association. You can see, I think from what we have heard today, you can see that we are blessed to have her. And ever since she has been taking me up and down, Mr. Dada, we are having a cocktail meeting. Can you come? We are having this one, can you come? Forgetting the fact that I stay in Kodu, they want me to be in Lama. But I have to squeeze my time to get there. So, she has been very supportive. We want to thank your Taylor, the chairperson and president of RCBC Association, appreciation of your visionary leadership, selfless dedication, tireless effort, and outstanding.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office. making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, that sort of practiced some for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that we don't to lose it much time. So we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in a workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're well at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people Most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries because we, through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation. That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. Amen. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have fought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that. I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights in the upbringing of the children, in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. It should, it does, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them, showcase them. Yeah. We have the first woman senior advocate of the idea. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman. She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kekere. I mean, we're there. Female CJN.
Yeah.
And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo-Iweala are the same. We have a lot.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.